All right, good morning, everybody. It's Catfish Tyler. Get this light up where it isn't doing so weird. And good morning. Sorry, I apologize for being late today. I was doing, I was working. I was watching AT&F. Wood Knuckles Cove called out this stock, AT&F. And I've been watching it this morning. And what a bloodbath. What a bloodbath. But one must make this comment. When we're seeing these gains on these stocks like we're getting, and they're up, and you're making such great gains, you have to understand that once in a while, you're going to get burned. Okay? Once in a while, you get on the wrong end of something. All right? Yeah. Alex Bacall, good morning. Annalise Godoy, good morning. Current Brutus, good morning. Let's see what you guys are all talking about. Lots of people in here this morning. Early morning trades. Savannah. Okay. SN. Let me let me get over here and get my stream up so I can see these words. Too small on my phone. All right. And here we go. Let's go over first of all, since this channel is basically about SoFi for the most part. And you can see SoFi down 2% in the pre-market, 2.66% exactly. And I would love to suggest you pick some up at this price, because I've already said to you, anytime that SoFi pulls back on the broader market and not on its own merit, 2 or 3%, that's when you want to pick it up, folks. Okay? All right? So I'm going to go over here. Thinkorswim is currently locked. Huh? Never seen that before. Huh. Let's close the window. Yep, log off. It's kind of weird. So, what's the problem with SoFi this morning? What's going on making it fall? Producer prices surge and inflation shock. Boy, Yahoo, they went and made up something good this morning. Core producers prices rose the most in 3 years. Oh, yeah? Is that so? You mean when lumber went in the stores, when COVID came out and everybody had to start building outdoor shed places for people, when lumber went up 6 times what it used to be, that's why they say that's why it says in 3 years, because we got royally reamed then, didn't we? So nice headline, Yahoo. Thanks for that. Ulta Beauty and Target plan to conclude partnership. Whoa. Guys, you're gonna have to give me a 1-minute break here. I need to take this picture and send it to this is where my wife works. So just give me a second. I'll be right back. The screen's gonna spin like this, like I got this call. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Hello and welcome to the tank.
Happy Thursday, everybody.
All right.
I just wanted to call and remind you that I did not turn off the air conditioner if you wanted it off.
It's off.
Okay.
I got
But
news. I got news for you about your company you working with.
What?
Ulta Beauty and Target plan to conclude their partnership in 2026.
Target and Ulta?
Yep, they're creating a partnership.
Oh, so there's going to be Ultas maybe in the Target stores?
Yeah, and they're going to probably tell all the Target employees they can't wear the clothes that they've worn all their lives. Because that offends some people in the LGBT community or something. Listen, folks, I'm not kidding. My wife works at a place, Ulta, where they will not let, and by the way, I just lost 3 LGBT people, so bye-bye. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I don't mind LGBTQ people.
Oh, no, I don't have anything against the people that are that way. Just don't come force your way on my way, because that doesn't work. Right? Don't try to push your agenda on me, because if you want to do that, that's fine. If you want to do that lifestyle, I don't care. If you have compassion and feel attracted to people of the same sex, there's nothing wrong with that for me at all. Nothing. But just don't force it on me. If you think you're a guy, if you're a guy and you think you're a girl and you walk in the bathroom after my daughter, you won't come out walking. All right?
Well, all right. So anyway, the only thing about Ulta is that they do kind of cater to the LGBTQ community, and then they don't, and kind of discriminate against someone that's normal, like me. And I'm not saying normal that I'm normal, that they're not normal. That's not what I mean.
Yes.
Someone that isn't LGBTQ, they don't kind of just against. And I feel like I can't express myself through clothing, but they can express themselves through makeup, hair, false eyelashes, everything, and fake nails, and I can't wear what I want. That's my complaint.
Yeah, that's exactly. They can all be the fake they want, but you can't be the real person.
Yeah, and I mean, to them, they're not fake. To them, that's who they really are. And
well, I mean,
But it's that I can't, if makeup isn't my thing or eccentric makeup isn't my thing, I can't express myself through just wearing what I want to wear. They are very, I don't know. Anyway, I'll drop that subject, but I just wanted to say happy Thursday to everybody, and hopefully you guys are all appreciating all that my husband does, because he really puts a lot of time and effort into you guys, and hopefully I'm not going to have to work at Ulta all that much longer.
Well,
if
you
guys
won't.
Keep sending him money and keep him afloat, then maybe I can just retire from that company.
Well, there's some people that have made a lot of money on this channel over the years, and they were buying SoFi in the 6s and the 7s. They come in all the time. They return to the channel and they say, "Thank you, Catfish. I was here when the price was in the 6s."
Well, hopefully they'll express their thank yous through monetary value, because
they do. There's a lot of them too that are members of the channel, and they subscribe every month, and they pay $24.99.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Enjoy it. It's a beautiful day out here in Michigan. It's 72 degrees, which is comfortable. It's probably going to get into the 80s when that gets uncomfortable and humid, probably, but I'll be in air conditioning at that point.
Good. Well, you need to go in and tell your boss that Ulta's going to partner with Target, because I bet your boss doesn't know that.
Yeah, well, I don't want to start rumors that I.
It's not a rumor, honey. This is a headline on Yahoo. This is no rumor.
Okay.
It says
Well, and
Ulta
that's
Beauty. It says on the headline, Ulta Beauty and Target plan to conclude partnership in 2026.
well, and that doesn't mean that they won't have their freestanding Ulta stores. It probably just means that there'll be a little Ulta
That's right. Yep.
area inside of the Target, kind of like Sephora did in
Macy's. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Love you. Have a great day, and I will see you after 3 o'clock today.
Okay. Well, let me see if anybody said hello to you. I bet they did. There's always people that say hello to you. All right. Well, she just hung up. All right, everybody. Well, the point I was trying to make to everyone is on this channel, when we are picking out these volatile stocks that can be very, very volatile, well, that's the reason we make so much money. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Hey, sorry, I didn't mean to hang up on you.
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't mean to hang up. So what were you saying? You said, I bet you said hi to you.
people were saying hi to you. People were saying hi to you.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if anyone had their opinions on the topic we talked about.
All right, honey. Well,
Okay.
I know they do. I know they do. Yep.
Okay.
Brunette says I didn't sign out yesterday. Huh. All right. Thank you. Love you. Bye.
Love you back.
Brunette or Die says I didn't sign out yesterday. You didn't sign out yesterday. Volume 2.2 million. We got under 23. So is my stream still going? Is that what you're saying? Brunette or Die, are you saying my stream is still going? Let me back up here and just see what everybody's saying here. Hold on. Go to my channel. And there it is. And today I decided to go with a little bit different theme. I decided to go with, I'm not talking on the headline today about SoFi, as you can see. All right, there we go. Now I can see what all of you folks are saying here. Let me put this stand where I want it. And I can see what you guys are saying. All right, let's move up here. All right, Jim Renteria, 23.29 low for pre-market. Thank you. I'll put that in. Appreciate that. SoFi highs, lows. Pre-market, you said, was 23.29. All right, we got the first number of the day on the chart, 23.29. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the tank. We have 101 viewers. Can y'all do me a favor and hit the like button? The time is 9:25, so that's a good time. 9:25 and 48 seconds. Let's all hit the like button together, please. We got 104. If we get 104 likes, that'll slam another 100 in here. So come on. Let's get the love going, too. Let's get the love flowing. Show me some love, everybody. Put some hearts on there. I want to see a heart on. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And hit that like button right there. Let's get some likes on there. Thank you. There's a heart on for you. And a heart on for me. A heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on for me. A heart on to see is a heart on for everybody if you agree. All right. Thank you for joining me in the Heart On song. And what I want you to know is that, as I said, some of you may have bought a stock I went in yesterday, and you might be down a lot of money like I am. But you see, I still am singing the song. I haven't changed my attitude. It doesn't make me lose my touch with myself. It doesn't make me panic, because here's what I know. One of you, Fish, is going to call out a stock like this to me today, and it's going to be on a run, and I'm going to sell at a, sure, people say, never sell at a loss. Bull freaking shit, right? You will be dumb not to sell on a loss on a stock that has dropped on you if something over here is running like a banshee right back up, okay? Don't be fooled by that. Oh, never saw. It's never a loss. It's just on paper, blah, blah, blah. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to sit over here in the right slow lane, stuck behind traffic because somebody's got a flat tire and didn't pull off the road, and you're just going to sit there and wait till them to get their tire changed? Or are you going to move over in this left lane and go past it all? So that's what I'm going to do today, what I'll be doing. And you'll get to watch. All right? So I don't lose sleep over losing money, okay? I've never done that. I've never lost sleep over losing money, because I know that I'm going to catch something else with the chart that's just right and the volume and the news, and it's going to soar, and I'm going to catch that. I'll move my money over, and I'll make it all back, okay? That's what I'm going to do. So I'm not panicking. I'm not freaking out. I'm down massively this morning, folks. I am. I'll admit it. I'm not afraid to admit it when I'm down. That's the one thing I'm not afraid to do. You know what? There have been times I've sat here and people have watched me on a public share offering or some other news go from, there was one day I was up $8,000 on a stock, and in 25 minutes, well, actually in about 5 seconds, I was down 2. So I was up 8,000, and then I was down 2,000, and then the price started falling, and it fell and fell and fell, and the next thing you knew, I had been 8,000 up, and I was 10,000 in the negative on this news, right? But what happened was that the news had come out that this company was going to do some sort of a share deal. I don't know if it was an offering or what it was going to be, but I remember, oh yeah, it was a reverse split. It was a reverse split. And here's the thing about reverse splits. Sometimes if it's a very heavily shorted stock, the heavily shorters that are naked shorting the stock, they've got to all of a sudden come out with the shares. They've got to come up with them, return them for this. Everything's got to be satisfied, and the slate has to be clean. And so when they do these reverse splits, it can catch these shorted positions off guard. So immediately, this can create a massive drop in the price, which is exactly what happened that day. The stock was, I think, gosh, I can't remember what it was now. Some of you were here with me the day it happened, I'm sure. And that thing, it fell RNAZ. It was RNAZ. RNAZ. You guys might remember it. And I was up about $8,000 on it. Then I was down 2,000 5 seconds later because they did a reverse split. Then I was down 8,000, then 9,000, then 10,000 in literally 30 minutes. And then I said, folks, I think this is overkill. And I said, folks, sometimes you see these big drops like this right before a turn and then a mega squeeze and gone. And it happened that afternoon. After I was down 10 grand, then suddenly it started to make its move. And then I was down 9, then down 8, then 6, then 4, then 2. And then immediately, folks, you saw it. I jumped up to 2,000 and 4,000 and 6, then 8. I was like, jeez. And man, I just started selling. And I made, I think about 9,800 that day. And, but before I made it, it was a rough day on me. It's these days they can beat you up sometimes. But listen, I'm not saying that that's necessarily going to happen with either BTAI or the other one, ATNF, or whatever the hell it was. I don't think that's going to happen with either one of them. So I'm going to move my money over today. I'm just going to move it over. I'm just going to, some people say take a loss. No, I'm not going to be taking a loss on it. I'll take that money and I'll move it over on something that I'll make a gain on, like a stock ZENA or HBI or XFOR or BMWR or XFOR. Two people called that out. WULF, CNDS, or BLSH. So we're going to find a stock like this that is on a run, and we're going to look at it. And by the way, you can see here now in the pre-market, BTAI, it's starting to make a move, folks. Now, take a look at this. BTAI, folks. BTAI right here. Pre-market 508 right now. 508. And folks, holy crap. Folks, this morning, I'm going to show you a stock. Just give me a second here. And that BTAI at 508 accumulating now. And folks, this is typical accumulation behavior. Take it way down and probably I'm guessing this thing went down. Oh, man, look at it. I'm guessing this thing went down to 533 or something, or what, 488 maybe? 497 this morning. 497, and it's already made back 50 cents. BTAI at 497 this morning, already made back 50 cents. Now I want to show you this stock. Hold on. And ladies and gentlemen, this right here is the definition of the word nutsack, okay? In my opinion, that's the definition of the word nutsack. Now, I'm going to be showing you guys something here. All right, just give me a second here, folks. So the reason that I was so late this morning getting up, the reason I was so late this morning getting up on the channel is because this morning, folks, I was up at 8 o'clock taking pictures. And here we go. Now, I want to make sure you guys can see this. Hey, and by the way, today we're going to have over 20,900 subscribers by the end of the day. And I want to thank you, all of you who've been donating lately so much. I want you to see the increase in my channel. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 28 days, my channel got 67% more views. Holy smokes. That's flaming, baby. People are starting to get tuned in, baby. Now, let me show you this morning's price action on, and this was SoFi last night. All right. So, folks, what I want you to see here, and this could be a lot of pictures. I'm going to show you Why at 8 o'clock you can make a lot of money, folks, on a volatile stock. See that price at 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock and 50 seconds. And I want to make sure you guys can see this, that I'm not too zoomed in. Nope, that looks good. All right, so let me show you something. Watch this happen, folks, before your very eyes, okay? 8 o'clock, and watch these prices. 14-cent drop in 2 seconds. Watch closely now. Look at that, folks. Now, here's how you can make some money. The prices at 8 o'clock, folks, 5:31 at 8 o'clock and 1 minute and 20 seconds. 5:31 a share. Look at this. At 8:01 and 38 seconds, it's at 562. A 31-cent swing in like 10 seconds. Next. Back to 580, 20. Oh, that's SoFi. I'm sorry. That's SoFi. Don't get freaked out. I wanted to capture a few SoFis too. Now, this was the stock, and I want you to know this ATNF right here that I'm showing you now. I want you to see at 8:09 the price was $8.43 a share. Still 8:09 and 41 seconds. See that, folks? That's 8:09 and 54 seconds. And look where they settling in at, Savannah, 33. 8:33, Savannah. Now watch. Now we're at another number that's on my sheet, coincidentally. It jumped right from the 8:33 to another number that's on my buy-sell sheet, 8:38. Then it jumped to another number that's on my sheet, the 31. Back to the 33, which I say now we're starting to see some accumulation. And I want you to realize once they triggered the 20% stop losses, it fell 22%. See, another 2% or so. Sometimes you'll see 2 to 2.5% more off the 20% triggering. So once the 20% stop losses started automatically selling, that shoved it down another 22.5%. Watch. 8:33 still. Oh my, it jumps up to 8:45. Time now is 8:11 and 40 something seconds, 46 seconds. You see that? Look at the price, folks. 8:45 down 8 cents in 8 seconds. Back up now 20 seconds later, 8:44. 8:12 and 29 seconds, 8:52. Now look, see, it's not down. Now we got another number that I have on my sheet, Savannah. 8:55 at 8:12, folks. All right. Next. Down to 8:30 in 1.5 minutes. See that? And back down 22%. Hold on. Now it's 8:14 and we're at 8:30, and they love to hold here. All right, hold on. I'm going to keep going here. I don't want to call him back yet. Now we're at, look at the number we're at here. Down 28% at 8:55. And look at the number that it's at, Savannah, 766. Now we're at 8:55, 768. Now we're at 8:55, 768. 8:58, 859 now, 768. 856, I guess I missed that last one. 767. 768 at 855 now. And look at them hold it there, Savannah. 766, 859 now. 766. I guess that was 856 and not 9. Yep. 771, it broke loose. 715 at 855. Look at that, folks. Right there. 775 at 850. I can't read it. 858. 774, 775. It's now 859, 779, 780, 776, 780, 775, 783. This is pre-market, 857 in the morning. 27% down now. Alexa, call Dave.
Which phone number, contact, or device do you want to call?
David Sunday.
Which phone number, contact, or device do you want to call?
Alexa, call. Alexa, call Dave Sunday.
Calling Dave Sunday's mobile.
All right. Look at that, 780 to 772.
Morning, my brother.
Good morning, good morning, morning. We're talking to 140 people in the tank right now, talking about this morning's action on a stock called AT&F. And at 857, the price was $7.60 a share. And at 859, it was at $7.68. And then the next minute, it was at $7.69, then $7.72. And then look at that, folks, $7.58 in 3 seconds. From $7.72 to $7.58, folks. Man, that is big. And look, they're trying right here. Listen to me. They're trying to make it fall 30%. It's down 29.13% there. And they're trying to trigger 30% stop losses. Understand? They're trying to trigger 30% stop losses and get this thing to go all the way down to $7.13 a share, folks. If they can get it to fall 30%, that's what they're looking for. So let's go to the next moment. And there's it down 28.13. Look at that number, Savannah, 28.13 at 769. Oh, now it's down 28.76. Now it's down 28.81. Now it's down 28.82. Still 762. They're trying to get it down 30. Now it's down 28.97. Oh my gosh. Now it's down 29.35 at the price, folks, at 8.58. The price was $7.56 a share, down 29.35%. This is a stock called.
Bye.
It's called it's called AT&F. Now look at the number it's down, 3.13 almost. The number dollar down, it's down $3.13, folks. Do you get that? 3.13. Look at these things. Pay attention. They're trying to get it. And so now we're going to go to the next minute. Did they get it to break 30%? No, they failed. They failed. Look. Now look how much it's down. 3.13 at $7.57 a share. Down 3.13, folks, at that. And look how much the percentage is down. 29.25%. Do you see that? They're trying to break 30 there. They're trying to break 30, folks. Uh-oh, there it starts to recover. Now it's only down 3.8%. In the next few seconds, now it's down 3.10%. All right, it's still only down 28.97. So they're trying, folks, to get that 30% stop loss to trigger. And now you can see it starts to come back. So they look at that, folks. One more time, they try and get it. 29.34% down, almost 30% down. But, folks, they never got it at 7.56. And by the way, Savannah, listen to me. This number is a number I tell people on my buy sheet to buy, 755 and 756. This is where I tell people to buy, especially when it's down 3.13% almost exactly. See that? And down 29%. Now, granted, if this thing goes down to 750, this is going to be 30% down and it's going to fall all the way down to 7 or even 688. I'm telling you what I know, folks. So let's see what it does the next seconds. That's at 8:59 and 16 seconds. Now we're at 8:59 and 22. It's at still 756, and there's 760, and we're at 8:59 and 28 seconds. And now there's 761. 765, and there it goes, folks. See, they knew then they couldn't trigger the 30% stop losses, so they stopped trying. And they said, let's just go long here. Let's go now. Now, where is it now? We're looking at a stock. It's called, what is it called? AT&F. AT&F. So where is AT&F now after that debacle of a rundown? Where is it now, folks? Hold on a second. Let me get over here to this page and refresh it. AT&F. Where is that dang thing now? Here we go. We're refreshing it now. And where is the price now?
$7.49. Down 321, 30%. They hit it.
They hit it, huh? They got it to drop 30%, huh?
Yep. 328 down. It's at 742.
It was at $11 last night. 11 in after hours. It was over 11 in after hours last night. And folks, look at that number they just got to. 744, folks. They just got to 744. There it is. And that's a number I would say to buy, folks. I would buy 744, and I'd also put in an order at 731 and 733 here, folks. All right. I love, this is one of my...
1280 at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it was 1280 at 4 o'clock in the morning. Holy crap, I might have sold then. I might have sold. I had a bunch of orders there. I had a bunch of orders, good till cancel, plus extended. Let me go see if those sold. I might have sold them. Hold on. Man, I hope I did, because I had a bunch of orders. You guys know I put in a bunch of orders last night up there. Gummit, man. All right, I'm logging in here now. Hey, by the way, Savannah, if you're listening, I would buy this 744 and also 738. Put in a buy at 738 right now and 733. And let me get over here to...
It's 741 right now, but it's going down.
Yep, they're going to go for 738 right now. 738 or 733.
Just hit 35. Just hit 30.
All right, that's good.
730.
Yep, that's good. QI $. All right, I'm logging in here, folks. And it's going to ask me for a mobile notification. Oh, no. Text me.
Average volume 7 million. Volume now 10,000,006.
All right, average volume is 7 million. Volume now 10,000,006. Thanks, David. This is a good place to buy, folks. This is a favorite number of theirs. Folks, give me a second. I'll be right back. My phone, I have to get this code off my phone. Hold on. I'll be right back. All right, and we're logging in. And you guys, this is a good number to buy here. This is on my buy-sell sheet. Look right over here, folks. I want you to pay attention. Here's my buy-sell sheet right here, and this is one of the numbers that is definitely on it. You can see right here, buy back up at the top there. Look in the middle of the screen in the gray. 31 and 33. 31 and 33, folks. These are good numbers to buy back. Also, down here at the 13 and 16 and the 08. 08 and 11, okay? All right. I just want to show you that. Just got to show you that. This is a good number where they like to accumulate often. 730, 731. They love this number, folks. And if it just sits there, what you should be asking yourself is, why isn't it going any lower? Why does it just suddenly stop there? Unless it's being accumulated there, folks. Why would it just stop there? Why wouldn't they just keep selling it down and sell it down and sell it down and sell it down all the way to 7? Why not sell it all the way down to $5? Let me tell you why, folks. Because they don't want everyone to just get out. That they can't make money off of people when they all bail and get scared too much. That's not how they make money off of you. They make money off you by keeping you in it, folks. So they only take it so far. See, they just took it, and look where it is now. Look where it is now. Trade. Look where it is now. See that? Savannah, they just hit 731 for the low, probably, or no, 724. And folks, you know I tell you to sell 20 through 24. So if they're going to run it down to 24, don't you think you ought to buy it there? Doesn't that make sense? If I'm telling you when a price is on a run up to sell it from 720 to 724, then don't you think that you might start picking some up if they really run it down at the 24?
Here it goes. They ran it down to 730. It's at 745 right now.
Yeah, baby.
741.
Yep.
42.
Yep, she's gone. And I'm going to come over here now to it right now. ATNF. I'm on it now.
43, 44.
Select action. All right, select action. I'm going to buy right here. And 744, I like that number too. I'll try and get a 743 though.
743. Just went down to 43. 41.
Yep, and they're going to take it to 738 right here, folks, probably. Now, just listen to me, folks. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the numbers I'm going to call out here now. And I also, I ought to log into Thinkorswim too, but I don't know whether I ought to be doing that. So hold on just a minute here. Yep, hold on. 743.97. All right, I'm in there.
744.
Yep, this thing's oversold, folks. Completely oversold. And hold on a second here.
$751.
Yeah, look at her fly, baby. Look at her fly.
Volume 11.2.
Yes, baby. Come on in. The water's fine. Now, listen, folks. I want you to know that they're going to try to just hold it here in the 30% as long as they can accumulate it there, I believe. And one thing you don't want to do, don't go in heavy, folks. Just because you think it's turning, I don't want anyone to dive in. I want you to go very lightly in and wait and watch, okay? All right? I don't want you diving in here. Now it's gone under only 29% down, so nice recovery off that bottom at 744 and 733. Both of those numbers, yep, there she goes. And both of those numbers would have been good numbers to buy, everyone. And I want to know, I'm going to start a poll right now. Did you just buy ATNF? I want to, yep.
Now it's back down to 741.
Oh, yeah, they're going to manipulate the shit out of this thing. They're going to try and fleece it. And folks, listen, What you need to be doing here is when they get to these highs, you need to sell the highs and you need to buy back just under about usually 10 cents to 13 cents, okay? Each high that's on my sheet, and 755 is one of the numbers to sell. All right, so what I want to know is, did you just buy, and I'm going to put I did suggest you get it at 731 or 730. So I'm just going to put that. Did you just buy below 733? Let's just see if anybody did. All right, we're going to see if anyone did. And start right now. And the funny thing is, it's saying A, T, and F, not A. All right, capital here, A. There we go, and start poll. And I want to know, and if you even bought below 744, you're probably good. Because 744 is another number they love to accumulate, folks. And look where they are right now. Yeah. And this is on my sheet, folks. You know that. Look at that number. I called that out earlier. 738. From the 744, the next number down is 738, folks, always. And I tell people on my sheet, that's the next number, 738, after they can break 744. And they can turn it off 738 a lot. They do it a lot, folks. And by the way, if you're listening to me, I've been doing this for 25 years. That's how I know what they're going to do. That's how I know. And people often say, who is they? Who are you talking about? Oh, somebody said BTAI. Somebody says BTAI is taking off. What do you mean? Hold on here. Let me get over here to my positions, and I might even need to sell out of this because I don't think I have any BTA on this. I don't think I have any BTAI on this account. Yes, I do. And where's the price now? $6. BTAI's at $6, huh? Let me get over and look at it. BTAI. It was down to 552. 603. Yeah. All right. Thanks for the heads up on that. I appreciate it. Appreciate that. My dollar cost average is $6, and I am green on it now. I'm up $85. All right. Thanks for the heads up. And folks, you need to sell it here. BTAI is 808. You should sell it. 608. You should sell some there in 611 and 613. So I'm coming out on this right now. BTAI, I'm coming out on it. And I'm going to sell right now. And I've got, how many shares do I have of this damn thing? I don't even know. All right, I'm selling now. And I'm going to sell 20 shares. I'm going to sell 40 shares. And select order type is going to be limit. Where is it now? 609. All right, good. You got to get out here, folks. Review, order, and save. And I'm daytime only. Review in place. Order status. And it's saying right now that I am selling. And I just filled at 608. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see, some people have said, oh, he's fake money, fake money. This is my real account. I'm trading with a real account here. This is not simulated trading, ladies and gentlemen, like usual, okay? I just want you to know that. And so I just filled there. And now I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to hit this again. And I know to sell. Oh, yeah, she's at 613. She's at 613. I'm going to go market now. I'm not even going to go limit. I'm going out market. Review order and place it. And I'm going out at market here at 613, 614. I'm out here. I'm going to go in again. I'm going to do this again. I just filled at 613.09, folks. I'm going to do a duplicate order now. I'm selling 40 shares at a time of this stock. I'm selling 40 shares at a time. The price is now at market. It's back down to 609. See that? See, you got to sell that 13, folks. You got to sell that 13. You got to sell that 13, folks. You just have to. You know it. You know you got to sell there. And then I'm going to buy now. I'm not even going to sell anymore. As it's pulling back, I'm going to catch the pullback. And now she's back to 613, so I missed the pullback, damn it. But I'm going to put in a buy right now at limit at 608 because I believe from 613 they'll at least get a 608. So I'll place it now. I'm trying to buy now at 608. And I just filled at 608. See that? I just sold at 613, buy at 608. You got to love it. You got to freaking love it, folks. You got to just keep loving that. Duplicate order. I'm going to go in again on the same thing, 608, place order. And now, listen, folks, now the one that sold at 613, I'm going to put that in again. The one I sold at 613, I'm going to duplicate that order. And I'm going to hit that and duplicate it, see? And now I'm at 613 again, and I want to sell there, review order and place it. I'm going to place it right now because I know they're going to try to stop this at 613, bring it back down. Yes, sir. And I just filled one at 610.17. I just got a sell at 610.17. But I want to find the sell at 613. Where was it? There it is, right here. I'm going to duplicate this order. The sell at 613. And I want to look at this thing right now and see where it is. It's at 607. Folks, listen to me, I'm on BTAI, and I'm going to put in a sell now again at 613. Review order and place it, 40 shares. And I don't even know how many shares I have of this thing. Let's go over here, account, trade. Let's go over here to positions and see how many I'm still holding. And I'm still holding BTAI. I'm holding 80 shares of it now. Holding 80 shares. And now, look, it's back down to 6. Oh, yeah, baby. So now we're going to come over here on BTAI, click on it. We're going to click buy it. Yes, we are. Come down here, and we're going to buy it. Buy right there. And I'm going to try to buy 597 here. I'm going to come in for 10 shares at 597. Select order type limit. I'm going to try 599. I'll try 599. 5.99. Yep. Day, review order, and place it. All right. And then, folks, it's taken off. It's at 613 again. It's at 613. And I want to try to buy here again. Oh, look at that. It just hit 607. I think I just filled at 608. Order type, limit, buy. Try and get it here again. Look at it. It's 606. Come on down to my Catfish town. I'm going to put in a minimum 610. It's 609. Review order and place it. Try and get this 606 right here now. BTAI. All right, and now it's at 609. Man, they're accumulating it here, folks. They're just accumulating it here. It's going to go to another level. Folks, I'm telling you, they're accumulating this thing here, and I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe it's going to go to another level. So I'm buying here, folks, because I think it's going to move to another level. I think they got a shoulder they're building here. And I'm going to try to buy it now at 601. One last time. 601. It's at 604 now, so why not? 601. Review order and place it. All right. And so thank you for telling me about BTAI. Good call out there. Yep. Yeah. Somebody says, what, do you have a crystal ball? No, I don't have a crystal ball. I've been watching market manipulation a long time, folks. And you know now why. And I want to look over here at my positions. I want to see if I had any positions in on this account, if I had any AT&P or not. And AT&F, I do have AT&F. And folks, I took a massive hit on that AT&F. So I'm going to come over this now, AT&F. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you what you should do. I think they've halted BTAI, folks. I think they've halted BTAI. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sell 20 shares of this on a loss. Market right here. This is AT&F. I'm going to sell it here, even though it's at 698, 697. And actually, I'm going to put a limit order in at 698, review order, and place it. Now, I usually don't tell you to sell here, but folks, this thing is dropping like a rock still. It's down 35%. I could sit here forever and watch it fall, or I could just sell it all. And a matter of fact, I've got so many shares of this dang thing now. I think I got like 700 shares. Folks, I'm just going to sell 350 of them right now. 350. I'm out of this. And we're going to do prices right now where 694. And we don't need to do that many. Let's just move some money over slowly. So we'll do 100, folks. We'll do 100, and we're going to try to get a price of, oh, look at this rising, folks. Hey, it just broke back over 7. Review order. I'm going to sell 100. Place it now. And now I should have a little bit of cash to buy with. Let's see, order status. And I just sold at 698. And I'm going to come up here again. I'm going to duplicate this order. But I think it's going to go over 7 now. So I'm going to come up and try to raise this up to 7. Oh, look, it's over 711. Hey, they just saw me sell and now they're going all crazy for it. Review order and place it. And I just sold 100 shares at 710. All right. Nice. Hey, by the way, folks, you better take a look right now at and the stock is AT&F. Let's go over and look at AT&F right now, folks. AT&F, I want you to get your eyes on it. AT&F, people, please. I'm telling you, look at this AT&F stock. It's getting ready to fly, I think. Down, it's at 709 right now, folks, and this is AT&F. AT&F. Folks, they just bottomed this thing out at 10 o'clock, and the price was $6. And I sold it at $6.98. Because I want to move it over onto another stock. Let me go see how much I've got right now in cash. All right, I got 2,100 cash now. Folks, tell me. Oh, man, look at BTAI, folks. This is BTAI right here, AT&F. I want to get to BTAI. That's AT&F. I want BTAI here. Here it is. Wow. All right, BTAI up 8%. Look at that, folks. Ha! Hello. Hey there. Hey, Double K's got his bird talking to us this morning. Double K's bird.
Hi,
Yes.
Mark.
Somebody says AXPON. The N at Knuckles Cove. XOS is back on. XOS is up 30%. But folks, we don't buy on the highs. We buy on the lows. We sell the highs. You can yell out these for me to buy tomorrow, but I ain't going to touch them today. No freaking way. Not that much up. And let me just get over here and see what he said because I can't read it. It's too small. All right. So let's see here. SNOA. SNOA. Got it. We'll do it for tomorrow, not today. SNOA. We'll buy it tomorrow on the fleecing at 9:30 in the morning. And that's in. I got you in. And XPON. XPON. XPON, he's calling out. XPON over 233% up. So you don't want to buy that, folks. You don't want to buy that. Don't do it. Tomorrow we'll get it on the morning when they fleece it out. Okay. And XOS, okay. Up 30%. Okay.
XPON up $3.85, 290%.
Yeah, he said it was just up 233. Now it's up 290. That thing is rocketing. Man, oh man, I don't know if I want to venture into that or not, though. Wow. See, you just don't want to buy there, folks, because it could be so well manipulated down then after that huge. Right now, I'm not buying anything. I'm selling BTAI. Trade. Order status. And I also have been buying AT&P on the low.
I gotta go. Love you, brother.
All right, man. We'll talk to you. Thanks for calling and helping.
Yes, sir.
Have a great day, my friend. Folks, we've been buying AT&F. AT&F. It was down below $7, and we just got some AT&F. It's now sitting at $7.16 a share, and it's down massively, down 33%. Down 33%. Public share offering, I believe, is what they did. Samantha says, wait, competitor of LPX. I shouted out, oh, there it is. Can you also do a chart analysis for WLX? Yep. Sure will. WLX, Samantha. All right. Now, it says here, I've got an open order to sell at Okay, AT&F. I'm trying to sell all these at 12s. But I want to see something here because I had some orders in to sell this morning. Someone told me AT&F was up big in the pre-market. There it is. Sold. I sold 1131, 1133, 1187, 11 no, then I started buying. Yep, I sold 1187. I sold 1187 and that was all on AT&F. AT&F. This one, folks, I sold last night at 1187, folks. Yep, oh, sorry, not WLX, WLK. Okay. That's easy enough to change. Let's get over here to WLF. I'm kidding. WLK. All right, Samantha's calling out WLK. No. 6-month chart down 27%. Why are you even considering something like that? Let me tell you what you're looking for here, all right? Here's what you're looking for. Here's what you're looking for. 6-month chart. Up 44%. That's what you're looking for a stock that you want to be buying into. Something with some freaking muscle. Something on its way to $28 a share. Something rising and rising and rising, and now all they're doing is building a beautiful shoulder, a consolidating shoulder on it. I want you guys to see that right over here. You can see what the market's doing today. And I want you to understand something, folks. Today's news about PPI and inflation is not something we don't already know. We can go to the grocery stores. We know what's going on. We can go try to buy anything that we used to buy for 50% less than it is now. You don't need to tell us on a daily basis. We know inflation is still high. But you know what? We're going to kick it in the ass because we fortunately got all this tariff money coming in now. And by the way, tariffs that are supposed to make things go up and skyrocket in price just made foreign car prices from Japan drop like a freaking rock. And I mean massive drop in car prices. The tariffs caused that, folks. Oh, yeah. Let me show you a little something here. Check this out. You see what that is right there? It says Japan passenger car export prices to North America showed a sharp decline. Folks, this is the effect of tariffs on prices. And this guy here, he's sitting there asking Powell, how in the world can you claim that the tariffs are going to make and be inflationary? Okay, this is what's happened to the price of cars from Japan since the tariffs kicked in. Passenger car export prices to North America and to other destinations. See that? Other destinations hasn't lost and dropped significantly, but to America, look at the prices. See, you got to understand something, Colin. I know that's not your name. I call you that, but Mr. Powell, you got to know that you're wrong about tariffs being inflationary. They are not. Even this, in spite of what they're trying to tell you this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, I have a feeling there's not a single institution that's on this list that I showed you yesterday that's selling SoFi last night. Now, and in case you guys are new to the channel, let me show you some recent massive institutional accumulation of SoFi. And folks, I'm not messing around when I show you these numbers. I'm talking massive institutional accumulation. So take a look. Some of you saw this yesterday, but I'm going to show the newbies today. I want you to see, and let me make sure you guys can all see this, because sometimes my thing likes to zoom in on it on its own. But I'm going to show you right now on this piece of paper here. And here we go. Hold on. Now you can see. I'm getting this in view. All right. So this is on just on the 29th of July. This company, Heartline, increased their portfolio by 6,263%. They bought 520,000 shares, folks. This company here already owns freaking 37 million shares and are 57,639,186 shares. Sumitomo on the 31st of July increased their portfolio by 102%. Now, guys, do you know what happened on earnings day on the 29th? After an incredible earnings report, Anthony Noto announced a form for gaining cash. They wanted to put a shelf offering of $1.5 billion shelf offering. Folks, listen, after that announcement on the 29th, look at all these institutions that started buying. Sumitomo increasing 102%. Oppenheimer increases 15%. Motley Fool increases 51%. Simplex, who has 1,380,000 shares, increases 108%. Folks, Simplex doubled down on the 5th. The state of Michigan retirement system jumped in with 1,500,000, increasing their portfolio 56%. Warm Springs Advisors on the 6th jumped in and increased their portfolio 56%. Moores and Cabot came in. They own 690,014. They increased by 52%. Mitsubishi Whale, who already owns a 4,879,000 shares of SoFi, increased their portfolio by 76%. Do you think they're all selling now when it's down 2% today? Does anyone think that? Is anyone dumb enough to believe that these institutions that just mass accumulated Principal Financial increased by 642%. Coterra Investments increased by 69%. Vanguard Group, who owns 100,287,000 shares, just increased by 57% in their portfolio. Vanguard, one of the largest holders of SoFi stock in the world. Nico Assets just bought 3,399,000, increasing their portfolio 102%. TD Waterhouse on the 11th, folks, this is 2 days ago. They increased their portfolio by 650%. 811 Private Advisor Group, 319,000, increasing their portfolio by 79%. Citigroup, one of our competitors, who owns 3,195,000 shares of SoFi, increased their portfolio by 52.03%. Why would they do that? Why? Why would Citigroup also buy on the 11th another 700,000? Why? And increase their portfolio by 7.52. Why would they be doing this? Why? After that public shelf offering to create 1.5 billion in cash. Well, they might have watched a video that was put up by Tanner that showed that this move on the 1.5 billion was going to raise SoFi's EPS massively. And people didn't realize that, but these people did. These entities did, folks. They knew. They knew what it's going to do to the EPS for SoFi. They might have watched Tanner's video the day that the whole deal went down. And I tell you, Tanner was as giddy as a little school kid talking about it. All right. Now, I want to show you something, Savannah. Take a look at SoFi's price. They're trying to get it down to the 23.20. Look at that. Bing, bing. That's the buy point. 23.20 is the buy. 23.20 is the destiny they had on their list. That's a number they love. And I tell everyone on this channel, when the price of SoFi runs up to the 20, sell, sell. I tell them to sell the 18, the 19, the 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. I tell them to sell the shit out of it there. And we do. We always do. One day when SoFi had gone from $6, and actually it went from $4.55 on David Chiaverini Day on May the 15th, and in 29 days it went to $10.23. And I was screaming at everybody when it broke 10 to sell 10.13 through 10.20, sell 10.13 through 10.20, sell it, sell it. And we sold all the way up to 10.23, and boom, the thing was down to $6.41 6 months later. So, folks, listen, the number 20 is very, very pivotal. It is a pivotal number. And I'm saying to you now, if you've got some cash, buy SoFi at 23.20 right now. And you can just see, look at it, it just bounced right off of it. And there you go, Savannah. There's a perfect example of a favorite number that I keep telling you about. I've been watching these people a long time, folks, and that 20 number is a buy. All right? And look at him run this thing back down after I just sold some shares at 608. You guys saw me sell shares at 608, didn't you? Look at this. This is BTAI. Order filled. Sell, sell, sell. I sold at 608. Fill price was 610, 613. Sold there. That was BTAI. Now I'm going to come down here. BTAI buy. Let's come down here. BTA buy. BTAI buy. Where is it now? BTAI. $566. Oh my gosh, beautiful. Buy ET, and I've got cells here. I'm going to put buy in. Buy BTAI. And look at that. My order filled earlier to buy it, some at $5.99 that I sold at $6.13. Nice. And now we're going to duplicate this order for a buy. Going to come in right now, folks. BTAI, 10 shares, buy. Limit price, $577. Let's take it down to $577 now. And we'll just come down to $580. Review order. And we're going to do just 5 shares here, 5 shares, review order, and place it. I'm just testing the water, folks. I'm trying to test the water. And let's see. Now let's go over here to filled. And I just bought at $575. I just bought $575 there. And I see it's at $578 right now. Folks, this is the stock I'm buying This is the stock I'm buying, BTAI. BTAI. And now I'm going to try to pick up 782 or 83. Review order and place it. Going to try to buy 783. I'm trying to buy BTAI. I just filled at, I just filled at 575.5. I just filled at 575.5. Going in again now. I just filled at 577. Just filled 577. And folks, I'm buying BTAI. I just sold it over 6. I sold it at 608 and 613. Going to try to buy 577 again, review order, and place it. And I just filled at 577. Look at that, folks. Nice. And remember, I was just selling these at 613 a share just a little bit ago. Duplicate order, folks. Isn't it interesting? Just look at it sitting there at 577, just accumulating at 577, folks. That's what I'm doing. Now I'm going to put in and try and get 566 if I can. I just got 569. Duplicate order. Look at folks. I want you to see. Those of you that are not familiar with this channel, I am trading now with a real account. This is not paper money. Let's see if we can get a 569 here. Better yet, 568. Review order and place it. And I just filled at 568. Nice. Beautiful. Duplicate order. Folks, they're just accumulating here on this number. You notice it's not dropping anymore. I'm going to try 566. Give me that 566 here at 1033. I just filled at 560. Beautiful. Come on, baby. That's what I'm talking about. 560 by there. Beautiful. And I'm going in right now. Review order and place it. I do not care. 566 what I'm trying to buy it at. I just got a 558 on it. Just got 558. See, folks, they just took it red. It just went red by 4 cents. Trying for 560 here. Buy order. And I got a 553. All right. Man, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Duplicate order. Duplicate. Come on, baby. Give it to me. Give it to me, shorty. Review order and place it. Give it to me, shorty. Yeah, baby. Give it to me. And I just filled at 553.54. Duplicate order. Review order and place it. Trying to get a 550, and it's down 8 cents, folks. It was just down 8 cents. And I'm filled at 556 there. You might wonder why I'm buying all these shares right here around this number, because I happen to know that they love to buy at 555 a share. Look right here, folks. This is a number that's on my sheet. Buy, sell numbers. Look over here. Buy back right here. This is one of the numbers right in the middle. Buy 55, 56. Buy here. Okay? You'll see in a minute why. You're going to see in a minute why. Because they're trying to get 555 accumulation, folks. And my last buy going in at 560 now. See, they got the bid at 555. And I just filled at 557.82. See, they got the bid there at 555 because they love that number, folks. I'm telling you. And you got to learn from this. I guess they're not going to show me the bid anymore, the ask. I just filled at 557. And look at this number that they're trying so hard to achieve and hold, folks. Look at it. That number right there. And notice, they don't care to make it fall anymore. It's just a happy little place for them to buy and buy and buy. They don't want to make it fall anymore. They're very happy holding it there. I just filled at 554.5. I'm trying to get 544 again now. And I'm in here, 544 for sure. I'm going in now. And I just filled at 5. I don't know how that could have happened. It says I filled at 554. Why wouldn't it be there, 544? I'm going to put it down to 548, and I bet it'll get that. I just filled at 544.5. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. 544.5. Now I want to come in now at 538, folks. Come on in at 538. Because if they can break 544, they'll go to 538, I promise you. Coming to 538 here, folks. They're coming to 538 right now. And I just sold this stock at 613 a share. Just sold it at 613 a share. And I just filled at 543 now. 543. Folks, these two numbers are on my sheet big time, 543 and 544. You guys know that. These numbers right here, I want you to see are the next numbers down on the buy-sell sheet. They're right here, buy-sell numbers. And it says right here, buy back at the 44. 44 right there. 44, 47, 48. And the next number they're going to try for, I have an order at, and that's 538. That'll be the next number they try for is 538. Watch. Watch and see if I'm right or not. 538 is going to be on their plate. I'm just going to go in here. They're not going to get to it. And I just filled at 541. And we're going to get that 538 after all, maybe. There it is. Now I'm coming down to 534, place order. And I want to try 533 as well. 533. Oh, they'll go there. If they can, they'll get it there. There we go. Come on down now. I got 533, 531, and 530. And I'm putting in 530 now. In place. All right, folks. Well, it looks as to me, there's the 538 I called on. I just filled right there. I just got 538. Thank you, shorts. Man, thank you, Wood, for letting me know when this thing was over $6 so I could sell a bunch of it and then have this to buy back with. $2,000 to buy back with on this march down. Very nice. And the next number is going to be 533 if they can get it. But I don't think they're going to get it, so I'm going to go ahead and put in a market order now. It looks like they're done. Going market order. I don't even care. They're not going to get that. They got the 538 they wanted. Now it's going to run. They got it there, and I just filled 543.47. There's one more 538. Good deal. That's good, Shorty. Nice. That shows power. Savannah, I'm sure you're enjoying watching this number that I tell everybody is good to buy. 538 one more time. I got an order there. Let's see if we get it. Well, the lowest I could get so far, folks, was 538. The lowest I could get was 538 today. I see a bid 535. Ask 537.8. I might get that 533 yet. And 531 and 530, I hope. Nah. Shit, man, it's done. It's over. Buy 538. Oh, it's over, folks. It's definitely over now. Well, that's it. I'm going market now, review order and place it. There will not be another 538 again in my book. There will never be another 538. I just filled there at 538. I got another order to fill there. Nice. By the way, folks, this number is an accumulation number on my sheet. This is a number I say buy. This is where I say buy. And I'm going in again for 538. Have you noticed how long it's been sitting here without dropping at all? Have you noticed that? Is anyone noticing that they're just sitting here and just sitting here and just sitting here at 538, getting all they can from dumb people? I'm here to let you know that's what they're doing and just did. And now I'm just going to buy market, folks. Review order and place it. I got 1,030. I got 1,300 to keep buying with us. It keeps running now. And I just filled at 540. So, folks, I just bought at 538, 538, 538, 536. And after 536, it was ring the bell time. It's ding dong. The shorts went long. At 536, ding dong, the shorts went long. And now I'm just going to come in again and see if I can incentivize them. And I'm going to put in 538 again and see if they can get there. Limit order 538. There it is. Good. Review order and place it. 538. All right, what are we doing on other stocks now? Let's go look at some others that we've got. And BTAI. Folks, take a look at one that was called out the other day, and that was NVTS. And if they just ran this down to 713, I'd be all over that number to buy. I see it at 717 now. Yeah, this looks good, folks. Look over here. Look over here. NVTS, folks. Look at this. NVTS. That looks good to buy there, folks. I like the look of that. I could be wrong, but folks, look how fast it fell from here to here. There's no accumulation of shares in this region. All right, look how fast it fell from here to here, and now we're at that point. I like this NVTS, folks. I like it. And by the way, I know Savannah doesn't believe these numbers, but you don't see them trying to hold that thing at 538 right now and hold it and hold it and hold it and just buy as many shares as they can at 538, 538, 538, 538. It's a very familiar number where it is right there, too. You can see if you look right over here how familiar that number is to them. Look at it right there. Look how they accumulated. I want you to see. Look right here. Look how they accumulated at 538 before. And now they're accumulating again at 538. See? So you know that number means something to them right there. 538, they accumulated there. And here, 538 again. And look, folks, look how long it stayed the duration in that range before it popped down. Well, now look how long it stayed the duration in that range before it pops up, is what I say. All right? So there you go. You can either take it or leave it. But I'm telling you, I like the look of that very much. I like the look of that accumulation right now, right there on that number. And I'm just going to say it the way I feel it. I also like the look of NVTS. Look at that. Bid is 537.6, ask 538. Jeez. Unreal, folks. Just look at it. Sit there. Just sit there and sit there. And, folks, this is when you know. Some people say to me, Catfish, how can you tell when it's on a bottom? How can you know? How are you so sure? You know, well, when I see it sit and look at that number I just filled, look at the desperation, 53799. That makes me a KY flag holder, baby. It does. This thing just building a nice solid shoulder on a number. Notice again, folks, it's still sitting there. It's just still sitting there, folks. This is when you know. This is when you start to say, okay, most likely this is where we're going to settle out and then run from there. So I'm going to stay along here and keep buying. I could be wrong to do this, but I don't think I am. And I just filled at 541. So look at this, folks. I got 536, 538, 538, 538, 534, 537, and now 541. Huh. Duplicate order, review and place. I'm in. Where am I going to fill now? Place order. 541 again. Huh. And look where they take it back to after that. 538, folks. Do you get the picture? Man, they want all of this shit they can get at 538, folks. They want every freaking share they can steal, and I'm going to keep buying it there too. I'm just going to buy and buy just like they are, just like they are. I'm duplicating what the big money's doing, folks. That's all I'm doing here. I'm mimicking big money, and I just filled at 540.82. And back to 538. Yay. I just filled at 540.82. And I'm going again, folks. Buy it, market, review order, and place it. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. I just filled at 536.68. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. I just filled at 536.91. All right. Well, this has sat here for a long time, folks. Long time sitting here accumulating. And I'll go in again at 538, place that order. And I just filled at 536.5. How do you like that Yahoo's showing you a number of 535 and I'm filling every order over that number? Every single order. And happens a lot when Yahoo wants to make you think that something's not really getting. This happens a lot, folks. I love it when I see them doing this. I love them when I see Yahoo lying about what the orders are selling for. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I love it, folks. And I'm going to buy more when I see them doing it. And I just filled at 536.5. Notice, ladies and gentlemen, the price is not moving. The price is not moving. They're done with the market making manipulation. They've got the number they want to accumulate. And I could be wrong, but I do not believe so, folks. They have got the number where they're getting it, and they've got it and sitting there happily buying. They're sitting here happily buying with the price down 411. Can we get some information on this stock, please? Is it a good buy? When, there she breaks. Yeah, there's the first sign of the crack in their resilience. Place order. And I just filled at 536. What's Yahoo doing now? I just filled 536. Oh no, I got 537.12. And there she goes, folks. This is the end of that. She's on her way, folks. And we get one more buy, and I'm filling at 537.5. So do not believe the bullshit that Yahoo is showing you now. You can't buy this for 536, folks. You cannot do it. You're not going to do it. Duplicate order. And now the bid is 537 and the ask is 540. And there she goes, folks. And I just filled at 538.91. And she's out of here. All right. Now I want to know something. Were you just buying BTAI with me at 533 a share? Let's end this poll. And by the way, you can definitely see here, they are incessant about trying to buy that 538 number, folks. They are literally almost addicted to try to manipulate down to that and just accumulate at 538, folks. And you just saw that by the way the price hit 544. And what did they do? Took it right back down and try to get some more 538. Except that all they can buy now, it looks like, is 539s. And I don't even think they're getting that. So I just filled at 538.91. I just filled. Man, I can feel the pressure. Somebody just stepped in and bought big to make it jump from 538 to 544, folks. And I just filled at 541.82. So, folks, I want you to see what I've been doing today here. The stock we're on is BTAI, okay? The stock we're on here is BTAI. And what I've been doing, as you can see, I sold 40 shares, 20 shares, and I was selling over here for 613, 608, 613, 610, 608. 608. I sold. All right. I was selling 40 shares, 40 shares, 40 shares, 40 shares, and I sold a lot. And now I've been buying back 5 shares at a time, and I've been buying them back at these prices right here. I've been buying them back at 534, 537, 541, 536, 536, 536, 536, 537, 537. Now 541, the last one. All right. So I'm just buying them back as it rides up. And now I'm going to fill higher even at 541.68. Nice. But take note, folks, there's no more of the 538s. There apparently are no more 538 orders to be had. Check out OPEN, okay? I got $897 if it's running. I might look into buying it. Open Door Technologies. $284, $285, $285, $285, $285, $285, $286, $285. The problem with it is almost at $288, and I would usually sell there. That's the problem with it. It's at $288, and that's the number I sell at. And you should too, by the way. In case you didn't know that, and you own this stock, you better sell that son of a bitch at $288 right now, because if you can, you should be selling now at $286, $87, and $88. And watch why I say this. Watch. This is why I'm telling you, sell it now, $286, $87, $88, because they'll take it back down to $266 or $277 from that number. Watch and see if I'm not right. Watch me. Watch. So you should have just sold $286, $87, $88. You need to get out there. Watch it now come down to $277 or $266. The minimum $281 after you sell the $288. Well, really, at the minimum $282, because $282 is 6 cents down from $288. The minimum you're going to get is $282 here, because that'll be 6 cents down from the $288 that they just hit. Here it comes. Here it comes. 282, folks. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. 282, 6 cents down. 6 cents down from where they just sold it. There it is. Bam. Nailed it. Now you know why to sell that 288. I put out open a while ago. Any takers beside myself? Well, I hope you just sold it at 288. But Alex, did you just sell it where I have on my sell sheet 288? Because look where it is now. Back to 277 from 288 probably. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what I like about this is I get to call this out. I got open is too risky for me. Losing a ton of money is real estate. Sold at 286. Yeah. And the buyback is 277, 278. Nicely done. I'd even just go market right here. Market. I'll buy it here. Review order and place it. Order status. And I just filled. Hey, I got my orders to fill on BTAI at 533. They did take it down to 531, folks. Look at that. They took it down to where that orders I had were 533. They just tapped my orders. I just got those to fill. I knew they would. I knew they would. And I just got to buy at 533 a share. How sweet is that? Nice. That is manipulation 101, baby. And there you go, Savannah. I told everyone to put orders in at 531, 533, and 530. That's what I said. 530, 30, 31, and 33. And actually, my first order was, I said, I'm not even going to see if they can get to 533. I'll put in 534. Alex says, thanks, Ivy. I'm in and out with open. Yep. And back to the 538 number on BTAI. Oh, no, they don't like to accumulate there. They don't. That means nothing. That's nothing. Catfish is full of crap. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Well, I just filled it, and now I should have known to go in on open door at 277. I should have known that. Duplicate order. And I want to try to buy we'll just put that in now. Review order and place it. And I just bought it 279. And I'm going to buy again, review order now, and place it. Just filled at 280.85. Very nice. And you guys sold at 287. Nice. Well, I think it's going to make the next move up now, the next leg up, so I'm coming in. And I just filled at 280.87. 279, 280, 280.87. Nice. ATNF, I see they've got it down 3.66%. 3.66. Huh. Down 3.66%. ATNF down 3.66. Happens to also be down 33.88%. 33.88. And they just had it down 3.66%. Man, is there manipulation going on everywhere in the market today? And by the way, the NASDAQ has just gone green, folks. So much for PPI affecting the NASDAQ. It's green. The S&P 500 just went green as well for a moment. Trying to pull it back down now. Nothing scared. There's no fear. There's no fear over the PPI. Yahoo, you liars. No one's afraid. Ah, look at this thing now. I guess I won't be buying at 281 anymore, will I? Got to go market now to get this thing. And I just filled, folks, at 285.5 after all the buys at 279, 279, 280, 280, now 280. And folks, I am on OPEN. OPEN. I'm on OPEN. And I just filled at 283.5. 283.5. Well, I can tell you one thing. I sure am glad I sold ATNF this morning at these prices. Look at those sales this morning on ATNF. Filled at 1168, 1176, 1187. Look at all those sales on this stock, ATNF. See, I put them in last night at good till canceled plus extended, see? And then sure as shit, they ran them up. And I sold 1190, 1167, 1171. I sold 1174, 1176. I sold 1166, 1169. I sold 1181. Man, I mean, I was selling GTC. I got the hell out of that thing. Good till canceled plus extended. That's why you put those orders in like that, folks. They sell overnight real high like that. Thank goodness I put those in, man, and got those sales all on this ATNF, which is now down 34% after I sold it last night in good till canceled orders. And I told you guys to put those in too. You watched me put them in yesterday, and I told you to do it. XPON is at 410. All right. I won't buy it. I'm going to wait till tomorrow. I'll wait for a shakeout in the morning. Right now, I've got $812 in cash to buy with. Anybody got a runner? PB Hatka Ethzilla Eth symbol on Monday for ATNF. ATNF on Monday changed the symbol to ETHZ. Thank you. Ethzilla, okay? I know they're an Ethereum coin holder. The Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove, out for an early lunch. Good luck, y'all. Yep. Ricard, PPI is up, meaning foreign investment future dollars. Dubai, very expensive city, but I lived well and saved. Nice, Richard. That ATNF, no surprise, Cat. Do the numbers. Showed down, down, down. Exercised warrants. Dirt cheap. Were cashed in. Yep. That's all right. I'm not worried about it. Man, like I said, folks, let me show you something. Just so you can see why I'm not worried. Make sure you guys can see this. And yes, you can see this. Folks, last year in July, on these stocks, this is what we bought and sold the same day. These are what we bought and sold on one day. We bought them on the low, we sold them on the high. These are the stocks that we bought and sold last year in July on one day. The gains we were making daily. This is why I'm not worried about a 30% pullback on BTAI today. Okay? These are the gains during July the 25th, July the 26th, July the 26th, July the 31st. Look at this. On the 31st of July, we made 45% on this, 20% on Lumen. But on the 1st of August, we made 100% on Wint. We made 172% on VSEE. And we made 100% on Lumen on one day, August the 1st. We made 30% on Myra the same day and 24% on Sava that day. Then on the 5th, we made 76% on TENK. And on the 8/6, we made another 150% on Lumen. Then on 8/12, we made 18%, 10%, 16%, 8/13, 50%. Folks, I'm not worried about today being down 32% on BTAI because I know I'm going to run over to another hot stock like the ones I just showed you, and it's going to run right back up because we're using charts and graphs and volume, and we don't just gamble. It's not just random gambling, folks. It's not just luck. To be successful in the stock market is not just luck, folks. It isn't. It takes a lot of study. You got to get used to studying a lot, looking hard at what they're doing. How are they doing it? Why are they doing it? What's the meaning? How and why and when will it turn around? Is it oversold? Is it not? Is the RSI, is the volume coming in? The candlesticks, are they selling or buying? And look what they're trying to hold this down now, folks. 3.66 is the game. Hold it down, 3.66%. 3.66%. Folks, you cannot be worried about one day that you take a hit because you're dealing, folks, with very, very volatile, fast-moving stocks. And when you're making those kind of gains, folks, Peter Thiel is in ATNF. Hang tight. I feel bad for the ones in AT&F 16, 17. Well, like I said, fortunately, last night I had put in a bunch of sell orders on AT&F at the 11s, and I sold. I sold in the 11s, so I had a lot of cash to buy back with when they ran it down this morning. So, listen, something, folks, the stocks that keep running up day after day after day after day, they eventually pull up and they pull down. But stocks that go down and down and down, they eventually rise. All right, they eventually rise. It's just the same thing. It's just the opposite. It's the yin and the yang, folks. And so what is going to happen now? Well, listen, the market makers have already now triggered 20% stop losses. Then they now triggered 30% stop losses. And folks, listen, I got news for you. People don't put in 40% stop losses. It's either 20 or 30, okay? They're not going to wait for 40. And so these dumbasses have no reason to try to get it down 40%, okay? Because nobody has a 40% stop loss. All they did then was trigger the 30%, and they got it to fall another 4% once they did. And now they're just hoarding shares, hoarding at $6.99. Because they did exactly what their plan was. I was talking about it an hour and a half ago. They're trying to get it down to trigger 30% stop losses. And once all of those are triggered, it'll fall another 3 or 4%. And it just did because they triggered all the automatic selling. So they're buying now, and they're buying a shitload because they triggered the 30% stop losses and made it fall almost 5% more by doing so. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Because you can clearly see where the 30% stop losses were triggered. Look, right here, folks, is where the 30% stop losses were triggered. Wham! See that? And then they said, let's accumulate. Now we're going to accumulate here. We got the 30% stop losses to trigger. Boom. And now it starts to fake up. And they said, let's get some more. Let's get just a little bit more. Let's put the double whammy on them here. Let's try the double backstab. We'll try and really fleece them out with this move here at the same point where they ran it down after the 30% stop losses were triggered right there. Boom. So they're now just trying to sit here and accumulate. Anybody dumb enough to sell it to them at $7. Just understand how it works, folks. This is how it works. They have a method to what they do, folks. So do you think I should be buying here? Or do you think I'm suggesting you should be buying here? You're damn right I do. Yep. You bet your ass I do, because this is just the same number that they got when they first triggered the 30% stop losses. And that's where you can see it happen right there. Boom. 30% stop losses were hit. Whoa. Accumulate. Give them a little head fake up to 708. I bet you that's 708 right there. What is it? Is that 708? 748. Still a number on my sell sheet, 748, 49, and 50. You should have sold right there. Well, I mean, that's dumb, but still, you can see that those numbers, 748, 49, and 50, took it right back down to their accumulation line. Just one last shakeout, folks, at $6.99, $7. And at this point in this stage of the game, since we're so far along into it, who else is going to sell here, folks? Who else is motivated to sell here? Anybody? Who else is going to sell here? Since they already had the low down to $6 and... Oh my gosh, please don't tell me that was the low of the day was $6.88. Oh my gosh. Savannah, what does this say about my theory? Look at the low right there today. $6.88, for gosh sakes. $6.88. Oh my gosh. And by the way, look where this price was for the low ever, 66 cents. Hey, Savannah, do you see that? 66, baby. 66 was the lowest it ever was. Not that number means anything to them. The 6-6, folks. Look at that. Look at the low here today, 688. Man, does this not plead? I rest my case. I rest my case. Those numbers, you're right, Savannah. They don't mean anything. I was wrong. I was wrong. Savannah, do your due diligence. That's right, man. It's right. Do your due diligence. Learn from being on this channel. Even when I lose money, you can learn, folks, from my losing. And one thing that's cool about it is you get to laugh, too, because I keep you laughing while I'm losing. I'm not upset. Kat, if we ever have a drinking game soon, we should call it the Savannah game. Nobody will be driving afterwards. Hey, listen, Savannah's a good girl. She's trying to learn to trade, and she came in here and she had no idea. She'd only been here for a few minutes and said I was Looney Tunes, and she didn't know. Samantha Laracy. I don't see why when they switched to an F bank. Yeah. See what they option for? The holders sold off for profit. Yeah. Uh-huh. Everybody's moving. Folks, right now, you got, looks to me like a really nice little nutsack forming here on this stock. Whoa, what in the world's happening to SoFi here? What's going on with SoFi here? You mean that thing's been taken down to 23.13? Oh my gosh, and you mean they took it down 66 cents, Savannah? Look at that, 66 cents down. Now, I know that doesn't mean anything at all, but I'm just going to show it to you guys so you can see that it's down 66 cents right now. Huh. What a coincidence. The same 66 number that I just showed you for the lowest price AT&P ever was, 66 cents. Oh, my goodness. They took it down 66 cents. My goodness me. And they made it be at 23.13 right now. Huh. I see. Okay, well, whatever. Means nothing, folks. It means nothing. Pay no attention to this number. It doesn't mean where you should buy it, okay? When it gets down to that price, doesn't mean you should buy it. You should actually wait. And let me tell you the number you're waiting on, 2308 right now. 2308. 2308 right now. Hold it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. 2308. There you go. Cha-ching. There she goes. Very nice. That is a great accumulation number. 2308. Yay, they did it. Rick Hard says, that's where I got filled. Well, you're smart to put an order there. You should have known. You definitely should know to buy there. 3% down on the market. Folks, I've told you, any pullback of this stock on the market, on the broader market, you should buy. If the broader market is collapsing on news, then you should buy on that pullback. There's no negative news on SoFi, folks. It's the broader market that has it down 3.5%. This is a prime buying time, folks. Okay? It's prime buying time, in my opinion. And by the way, in case you hadn't noticed, every freaking stock is red, folks. They're all red, okay? It's not just these. It's the whole damn market, folks. AT&F, BTAI, SOUN, SMR, AREC. I mean, they're all beaten down. They're all beaten down, folks. The broader market has been collapsed. And this is when you come in savvy, do your savvy buying. All right? And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And by the way, for those of you that are disdain about SoFi's price today, you better take a look at the freaking 1 month chart because the shorts are losing their asses on this stock. This is the first time in the history of this stock ever that a month after earnings came out, the price was up 848. It's never happened. This has never, ever, ever happened. SoFi, in all of its history of trading, has never been green after a month. Let me show you guys something here. Let me make sure you can see this. Yep, you can see it. And this is how I'm going to prove to you that SoFi has never been green after a month. Never. It has never, folks. Yep, you can see this. October 31st, 2023. October 21st, 2023. Earnings day. 8 days after earnings, down 31%. The next earnings call, May the 1st. After 5 days, down 42%. The next earnings call, July 31st, down 48% after 26 days. The next earnings call, December 20th, down 45% on December 27th, down 45% in 22 days. After the April earnings call, down 16% after 4 days. After the October earnings call, down 32% in 2 days. After the January earnings call, it did not gain at all. It went down 9%, and over the next few days, it went down 27%. The next earnings call, after 6 days, down 16%. Folks, this has been the way it is with SoFi for 2.5 years, and now it's different. They can't shove it around anymore like a redheaded stepchild, okay? It's a different SoFi. Stock market today, Jimmy Lopez. Stock market today, the Dow drops after wholesale inflation accelerated. Factory gate prices rose by a much stronger than expected 0.9 in July. Last updated August 14th, 11:27 a.m. This is a good mine for institutions. They are loading up mega today on all these stocks. So damn obvious. Yes. Yes, it's right. Samantha, yes, it's called pair trading. They're always shorting shares. Yes, they are. Yep. Not to say that SoFi won't boom. I'm an investor for years after $8, but I'm starting to question if Ethereum and backed crypto will outperform fintech. Well, it might. There's no way to know for sure. So BTAI back down to accumulation mode. And again, look where it's sitting, 538, 537, just sitting there, folks. It's just sitting there, and that's the true sign of accumulation before a run-up. It's still there now for an hour, folks. It's been at the same price for an hour. And even that number, 531, is an absolutely serious buying and accumulating number right there. That's a big-time number to accumulate. All right. I'm not worried about it. I'm going to sit and watch it run right back up after they get all they want there. And as they sit, oh, yeah, AT&F, folks, that's done. That thing's cooked. They had it down to 6.99 a minute ago, and now she's gone. And watch this thing go, folks. Now, listen, I'm not telling you to buy a ton of shares here, but I'm telling you, you better get some. You better get some, because you can see right there, they got a little there. They got there for 30 minutes. Over here, another 30-minute, 45-minute buy. And look at it now. Look at it. Folks, I like it. I like it. Yes, sir. She's going, folks. This stock is AT&F. AT&F. And the herc jerk is over apparently on the BTAI with a double ta-ta during that time right there. Nice little double ta-ta. They actually got to go twice on that ta-ta the second time. They got a single nip there, and they got a double nip ta-ta there. They had two of them feasting on it. And now, look at it run. Folks, when you have a stock fall from this range to here so fast, there's nothing it can do but now go up to this line right here. That's where it's going to go next, right there. Watch it go to this line. And I'm calling this out. This is going to run up to this price where this line is, and that price is going to be $5.55 and $5.60. Okay, $5.55 through $5.60. That's where it's going to go now. But because when a price is attacked down through rapid selling of millions of borrowed shares to get to there, and then they accumulate and accumulate, then they herc and jerk and herc it, and then accumulate again on that line, folks, after a while, that game gets old. And it runs out, and then this same rapid fall occurs. I told you about this with SoFi yesterday. I showed you the same thing with SoFi yesterday, and I said, watch, this thing's going to mirror now, and it's going to come over here, and then it's going to go up sharp, and because that's the way it fell. So I'm showing you this again today, folks. When you see a rapid fall from here to here with no resistance, then there will be very little resistance to it when it breaks above and goes over this number. It'll just shoot right back up. And it probably will stop there and pull back to about here and then go to there, then pull back to here, and then it will go to there. All right, you see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. Done with BTAI, you sold? Well, that's too bad because you shouldn't have done that. And I could be wrong, but I've seen this before. And this is called mirroring. And right here, you saw one, and I guess you're just not listening to me. They accumulated here once. They accumulated here briefly. They accumulated here again. See how they accumulated right there? They accumulated there, and they accumulated there. Why do you think they accumulated at this number? Why would they accumulate there? Why were they accumulating? Why did they accumulate here? Because they're going to run it back up now. The same rapid way it fell, and I feel sad that you didn't see me show you this before you sold, because I really feel like right now, this thing, in the same way it fell that fast, I believe now it's going to rise that fast. And I could be wrong, and we'll see by the end of the day if you were wise to sell already. I might be the fool here, but I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. Especially since I saw the price just at 531 10 minutes ago, and now it's at 536. I rest my case. Yep, I rest my case. Same thing with this AT&F. Look where they're accumulating it right now. Look where they're accumulating it. For how long have they been at that favorite number there, Savannah? 708. Look how long they've been there at 708, and you say that doesn't mean anything. You say that means nothing, the number 08. Or I guess maybe you've changed your mind now, hopefully. Kat, do you have special balls? I sure do. I'm glad you asked. I'll show it to you right now. That's a special ball. Huh. Look at that SoFi go. That was after hours last night, folks. 23.96 in after hours. I see AT&F now down to 701. I just wonder who in the world would want to sell it there. They already had it down below that at 690, so I don't know why they'd want to sell it at 701. It kind of has me curious. And I'm going to buy here. I want to buy this BTAI that someone said they just sold. I'm going to buy more of it. And I'm going in here to buy right now at this price. Market share buy, and I just bought at man, this thing's getting radical. It won't even fill the order here yet. Buy day limit BTAI. Folks, I like what I'm seeing here on BTAI here. Oh, I got a limit order. I don't want limit. I want market. Review order and place it. And I just filled. They're showing. I want to see filled. And I just filled at 532.91. Down here, I was buying at 536, 536, 536, 534. And now I'm going to get a 533. Review order and place it. Filled at 535.5. We've just filled at 530, 532, 535. I like that, folks. This is BTAI. BTAI. And for some reason, they're not even showing. They're not even showing the bid ask now. And they won't even let me highlight day. Maybe I'm out of money. I might have already bought all I could. Let me see. No, I'm not out of money. I've got money. I just filled, folks, at 536.36. Man, listen, folks, I just filled at 530, 532, 535, 536. This thing's running, folks. It's got legs. And I just filled at 536.36. And Yahoo's showing the price at 538 now. Hey, folks, this is the stock that I've been buying here. This is the stock that I'm buying right now. All right, I've been buying it at 531, 530, 532, 533, 531, 530. Time now is 11:43. The volume on it is 4,000,006. It usually averages 7 million. And by the way, this morning earlier, about an hour and a half ago, I was selling order after order. You'll see where I sold if you look over here. This is where I was selling 40 shares at a time of this stock. Fortunately, someone jumped over and told me about it and said, hey, Catfish, this thing is rocketed. So I put in sell orders right here on BTAI. You'll see where I sold right here. No, not AT&F. Oh, I got to go to the next page now. All right, here you go. So you'll see right here that I sold this morning. These are sell orders on BTAI. Hopefully I can find them. Why do I not? Oh, these are all filled. Let me put over here. Filled. Filled orders. All right, let's close this out. Okay, these are all buys. Trying to find these sell orders I did today. Oh, it was the sell orders I sold on. It wasn't BTAI. It was AT&F. Well, looks to me like a shitload of accumulation of this BTAI now at 531. All right, here we go, folks. This is what I'm trying to show you guys. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Man, I didn't even have it on the screen. Now I got it back. All right. What I want you to see here, folks, is this morning I was selling this stock here, BTAI. I was selling BTI at 608. Okay? I sold it at 608. I sold BTOI at 608, 608, 608. 40 shares, 40 shares, 40 shares, 40 shares. All right, I was selling it. I had these fill prices at 608, 608, 610 I sold 613, sold 608, sold 608. Okay, so folks, I was doing a lot of selling when this stock was in the sixes this morning. And that's why now, and that was, again, that stock was BTAI that I sold this morning in the 608 range. And as you can clearly see, BTAI is now at 530 where I'm buying it back. All right. So when it got up here, folks, I got out. And I was telling you guys, this is on my buy-sell sheet. I was shouting, folks, this is on my buy-sell sheet. You've got to sell here. Sell, sell, Mortimer, sell. And then I came over here and I said to everyone, look right here. I said, this is on my buy-sell sheet. Look at the numbers at the very top. It says sell, the 06, the 07, the 08. That's what I was shouting to everyone this morning. Sell, sell, sell. All right? We got to start using these numbers wisely, folks. And you could have sold this morning this BTAI stock. You could have sold it with me this morning at 608, 608. See that? 40 shares at 608. Sold 610, sold 610, 601, 690. Folks, I was selling here, selling through here. And now I get to buy back freaking 70, 80 cents less this morning after selling there. Nice. And SoFi just bounced off the bottom right there. And what did they hit? 2288? No. Oh, they didn't get that number. They only got it down to this number. Jesus's number, the 2277. Hey, Savannah. Look at that number that is on my buy sheet right here. Look at the number right here. It says buy back right in the middle of the screen, 77, 78. See those numbers in the middle of the screen, 77 and 78. That's where you should be buying back, 77, 78. And so there it is right there, 77. They just reached it right there, folks. Look at that number. Boom. 2277. And now they're going to run it up to 2320. You're going to get to sell it now at 2320 if you want to. You're going to watch it happen. Watch it happen. 2320 is where you should have your sell orders now. If you just bought 2277, you should sell SoFi at 2320, 2317, 18, 19, and 20. And it's going there right now. It's going to go there right now. And folks, now you're going to see the same mirroring action run it up. The same thing as yesterday. You're going to see here a little sideways, and then you're going to see right up to there. Folks, watch it. Watch it. It'll be up here. It'll be up here at 2330 in less than 15 or 20 minutes. It'll be up here at 2330. And I'm going to put my marker right there. I'm going to put my marker right there, and I'm going to take a 5-minute break. And when I get back, you're going to see where it is, probably at that number. And I'm also going to play you a little bit of music that I have that's on YouTube. And if you want to know how to get to my YouTube channel music, where I have all my music, I'll show you right now. And also, I want you to see something here, folks. I want you to see something. Folks, I'm coming into YouTube Studio, and right now we are 5 subscribers away from hitting 20,900. And we've had 519 new subscribers in the last 28 days. So if you subscribe right now, folks, you might be able to push me over 20,900 today. And I want you to look over here at these analytics. And I want you to see that this channel over the last 28 days has had a 67,000 more views than usual. Right? And ladies and gentlemen, right now we are 40 cents below our monthly goal. We're 40 cents below our monthly goal. Look here, folks. Look at this stock. This is what I just sold. SoFi 2302. Look at, I told you it was going to now, since they dropped it so fast from here to here. Watch how fast it goes back up to here. All right, I'm calling it out, folks, for what it's going to do. You can be a judge of it yourself. All right. All right, Amerique Sandu, thank you very much. Nice, Catfish. Chris, 688, thank you very much, Chris. Xpon under 4 for the lunchtime pick 'em off. All right, got it. See how they got all those sellers out at 7? Yep. Hey, look at that. You're right. I see you subscribed just then. Thank you. Thank you very much. And look at the last 28 days. Look at my subscribers just growing and growing and growing. Hey, look, a short just got out. A short just got out, folks. Some short was subscribed to my channel, and they just unsubscribed because they wanted to pull it back down. Yeah, thank you for subscribing, everyone. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Just look at that growth of this channel, folks. Look at the growth of this channel. Look at it growing. Look at it growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. Because everybody's freaking making money here, folks, off these calls. And look at this thing now. Look at it go, folks. Just watch SoFi rise. Absolutely gorgeous. Awesome, baby. Awesome. Thank you, subscribers. I appreciate it very much. You are the reason that I am here every day. And also, I want you to see something else. Look at the volume on the channel yesterday. See that? Look at the volume today. Look at the volume today compared to yesterday's volume. This is yesterday, folks. At 8 to 9, I had 597. Today, I had 1,304 from 9 to 10. Yesterday, from 9 to 10, I had 581 viewers. Whoa! Yesterday, from 9 to 10, I had 597. Wait a minute. 9 to 10 was 581 viewers. And today, from 9 to 10, 800 more viewers from 9 to 10 this morning, folks. Wow. Jeepers creepers, folks. Nice. All right. So I said that I was going to go to my music channel and show you how to get to my music channel. So I'm going to do it now. And if you come over to my channel, you can come down here and it says playlist. And if you're on my channel and you click on playlist, folks, you're going to hear my original music. And I'm going to now choose this here. and play you some of my music while I take a 5-minute lunch break, maybe 10 minutes. All right? So I hope you enjoy what I'm going to play for you right now. And this is going to be some of my music. Got my goes back and beat old turkey. Yeah, she gonna wanna buy her up. Have to wait and see. Lots of times she won't, other times she will. But just in case she don't, I park her on the hill. She's a 63, used to be baby blue, but lots of places. Oh, shoot. Sorry, folks. Let's try it again. I'll be right back. You're listening to the music of Tyler Self, S-E-L-P-H. Other times she will, but just in case she don't, I park her on the hill. She's a 63, used to be baby blue, but lots of places you can see her us coming through. Bumpers hanging low and I'm fall off in the road, but me and my old Beetle, that lightens up our load. My Beetle's got a name, I call the ladybug. Shag carpet on the floorboard from my old lady's rug. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, yeah, this ain't no lie. I'm jumping in my ladybug and I'm gonna take her for a ride. But there's more I gotta tell you about my Beetle freak ways. When I'm riding in my Beetle, like to hear my Beatles play. Ride this very long and cranking yellow submarine. Got my Beatles in my Beetle, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, it ain't no lie. Beatles in my 8-track, baby by my side. Rocking and rolling, that's what we love to do. Me and my baby on a Beetle cruise. That's what we love to do. Oh, looks like you're gonna have to get over here in the driver's seat, honey. Gonna have to push starter. Yeah, looks like I forgot to park on the hill this time. Sorry, baby. My Beetle's got a name. I call her Ladybug. Shag carpet on the floorboard from my old lady's rug. Mufflers hanging low, my ball up in the road. But me and my old ladybug, well, that just lightens up our load. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, this ain't no lie. Jumping in my ladybug to take her for a ride. Rocking and rolling, that's what we love to do. Beatles in my Beetle on a Beetle cruise. Come on, Jamie, take the wheel. Take her for a ride. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, and this ain't no lie. I'm jumping in my ladybug. We're gonna take her for a ride. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling. That's what we love to do. Got my Beatles in my Beetle, and we're on a Beetle cruise. Yeah, that's what we love to do.
Hey, if you live in one of these cities right here, why don't you own an
So many things that we love to share.
Tesla's stock is crashing. The headlines say Elon's empire is collapsing. But what if they're all dead wrong? Tech insider Jeff Brown, the man who told everybody to buy Tesla back in 2018, says he just discovered the secret breakthrough that will save Tesla. And it's got nothing to do with Tesla's self-driving cars. Jeff, you mind sharing what you found?
Nope, you're not going to share what you found. Shut the hell up, you ratchet jaw and jaggers. Out of here. Get out of here. Bye-bye. You are no longer permitted to discuss anything about anything else. Goodbye. Hasta luego, baby. And we're not going to play you this song right here. It's a fun song, but we're not going to play it for you. We're going to stop it, and we're going to get back to trading. We're going to get back to trading right here. Look at this, man. Look at this thing. It's mirroring, folks. Just like I said it would do. See, it came up here, and now it's creating that little cockeyed labial fold. And now she's going to run, folks. Just a quick little brief pullback, trying to pull it down as they always do from breaking 23 to come down to 22.92, 22.93, and then 22.92 will scare the shit out of everybody. They'll all sell there. No, they won't. They're not going to sell there. They've already sold out. All the panic selling's over. The VIX index is the only thing green, however. Let's go see what everybody's doing now. Look at the accumulation on the wonderful number of 531.33 by the BTAI accumulators. Let's go over here. And one other thing I want to do right now is I want to take a look at SoFi institutional ownership. Sorry about that. Oh gosh, will this thing be able to tell if I'm a human or not with my VPN on? Oh, come on. Oh, they're going to make me do it again like yesterday. They're having trouble verifying me, folks. Let's try it again. Yesterday, on the second attempt, I was successful. By the way, let me turn this one light off here. It creates too much of a glare on the screen. All right. Accumulate. Why are you having so much trouble verifying my authenticity? There we go. Wow, 1,023 now. Hey, guys, for those of you that have been here a long time, you remember we were in the 900s and the 700s. Just so you know, I'm going to show you something here. SoFi Institute's data. Look back here. 9/21, September 21st, 2023. Don't know why I have a dollar bill sign there. SoFi's price, 921, 672, 700 institutions total. 644 were long and 23 short. Price comes up to 1032, folks. In 3 months, boom, $6. 3 months later, $10 plus. Bam. Merry Christmas, everyone. But don't be too happy about that too long, because it dropped from there, folks. Back down into the sixes in less than 4 months, 5 months, back down into the sixes. And folks, this was tough for us, those of us that went through here. But for some of us, we were smart. And Catfish said, I want you to sell at $10.20. I want you to sell at $10.28 through $10.33. I want you to sell $10.30, $10.31, $32, $33. That's what I said that day, because I always tell you to sell there. Cat, they took XP on ON down to 388 and right back over 4. Well, of course they did. That's the MO of the market makers. I'm not surprised by that at all. Then after SoFi's price was thrown back down into the sixes in May and June, then look at that. 4 months later, in September and October, it's at 10.14, 11.17. Jeez, oh, Pete's. Well, don't get too excited about that, folks, because from October and November, and these prices in the 16s and 17s, in January, we got to 18, 2024, and everybody was, yay! And then by January, down here, all the way down, hold on, look where we were, January, and we fell all the way back down to $13. From $18 back down to $13. What a depressing, and even $12.70 there. $12.70, folks. Talk about depressing. Everyone was so bummed out. Well, it didn't stay down there long, did it? And folks, I told you this could happen. From $17.16, I told you there was nothing to 23. And I'm telling you, from here, there's nothing to 28. There's nothing going to stop us to 28. And institutional ownership has been massively accumulating lately. Look at the accumulations. 69,000 in a 2,000 sell. 362,000 bought by institutions. An addition of a 1 million. These are the numbers going up and how many shares they're holding. And it raises 1,000,004. They sell 157 to try to attack the price down. Then it raises 5.5 million. They sell 695,000 to try to attack it down. Then the buyers come in and buy 4.461 million. And then they buy another almost 1 million. And then they buy 15 million. Folks, these institutions aren't buying SoFi right now because they expect the price to fall back down to 17 or 18. I can guarantee you that. I can absolutely guarantee you that they didn't buy all these shares that I showed you over the last week. And now I'm going to come down here and I'm going to show you that this individual or entity on August the 6th, Jane Street Group, they didn't file a Form 13G and buy 65,326,866 shares because they expect SoFi's price to fall. They don't have 5.5% ownership of SoFi stock, the company, because they thought SoFi's price was about to drop like a rock. And I can guarantee you that this entity right here is not selling one single share of SoFi right now where it is, down by how much now? 4%? You think they're going to sell their 65 million shares to you, shorty, that they took off? They took 5% of the available shares off the market, shorts. 5% of the available shares you could have shorted with are now hoarded up by this company, and they're not the only ones. Let's get down here and look. On the 14th, you might want to look at these accumulations right now, ladies and gentlemen, going on before our very eyes. Take a very good look here. You can clearly see Cube Research just increased their portfolio. They have 1,700,000 shares, 1,700,068, and they just increased their portfolio by 416% value. The one below them, look at the increase in value in SoFi shares today. 810,000 they own. It's the same company, folks. They placed a put. They're playing it call and put. They're looking for swing trading like we do. They're expecting some big swing trading. This is hedging, folks. They're hedging right here. But look, they raised their long portfolio by 416%. Wow. Let's go look who else was buying. Kimney Advisory Services. They just increased their portfolio by 557%. Can you folks see this? Now, some of you might remember that I said about 3 days ago that it might not be a good thing that all these institutions want to buy SoFi because they don't like buying on the 52-week high, okay? That's what I said to you guys, and that's why I'm not holding any SoFi shares in my account now. I mean, in my Fidelity account, I sure am, but not in my paper trade. I sold every share. I think I might have bought back like 100 or something. I got like 170 shares now, something like that. But I really dropped a lot because I expected, hey, I said, man, we might see 2 weeks of them running this thing down until they can get it to that low price they got to buy in on August the 26th. Morgan Stanley's MSCI has 3,000 of the top corporations in the world, and they've all got to buy SoFi shares on August the 26th because they're getting invited into their group. So they're going to bring them over into their group, and they're going to run the price down so they don't have to buy so many shares at such a high price. They're going to run it down. That's what I said. And I told some of you people, you might be wise to sell half of your SoFi position right now, and let's just sit it on the sideline and see what they do for 2 weeks. I said that 4 days ago when I heard the news about the move from moving. Well, they're not moving over. They're in several other indexes right now. They're in the top financials 100. They're in the Wyndham index. They're in the Wilshire 5000 index. They're in the NASDAQ. They're in the Russell index. And now they've been invited into Morgan Stanley's group. And Morgan Stanley's money market group is just a bunch of ETFs. And one of the ones that holds an ETF in there is BlackRock, and another one is Amund. And you've never heard of Amund before. And many others that are in there. Many big, huge Goliath fish that are needing to buy SoFi shares on August the 26th. when they get inducted into that index. But folks, listen, when they get until then, these institutions, like I said, expect possibly for them to work in conjunction together to work the price down, sell it. They can be calling BlackRock every day, sell please for us, sell, sell, sell. We want to get this thing. Vanguard, can you sell some shares? BlackRock is very well known for loaning out shares to anybody that wants them. BlackRock will do it in a drop of a hat. So I said to everybody a week ago, it might be a good idea to sell some of our SoFi, get out of it and watch the sidelines, because if they've all got to be buying in on August the 16th, folks, they're probably going to try to run it down from now until the 16th is what I said, and you guys heard me say that. So, folks, they got 2 more days before they have to buy. Folks, those entities will be coming in on Monday, right? Thursday's the 15th. Wait a minute. Friday's the 5th. That's Saturday. Folks, that's a Saturday. Am I right about that date, or is it August the 26th? Yeah, that's right. SoFi's dropping, and I expected it to. I told everybody that it would. I told you that all these institutions, I think it's August the 26th. They got brought in on August the 7th. They got voted in, the paperwork and the deal was signed on August the 7th. Hold on, let me get this right. Just hold on a second here. Let me get this right here. Try and let you guys see what I'm doing here. And I have a whole crap load of freaking paperwork here because I'm a paper nut. I like to use everything on paper. So we'll let you look at what I'm doing. You guys remember this? This is called the notes convertometer. This is when SoFi, at the price of $7.27 per SoFi share, they sold these convertible notes. You think those people want us to convert their notes right now at $22 and $21 that they got at $7.27, those shares they got? Gosh dang. Nice. All right. Here it is right here. So they got invited in on August the 7th. The first day of trading will be I didn't put it. First day of trading. What did I have there? What does that say? Yes, it says the 26th. Yes, the first day of trading. So is, I believe, the 26th. Yes, here it is. They must buy SoFi on August the 26th. Yep. This MSCI index, which is the Morgan Stanley Composite Index, has 3,000 of the top corporations in the world. SoFi has been officially invited in on August the 7th. The first day of trading, all right, BlackRock offers iShares in this company, MSCI. So BlackRock is offering iShares in MSCI. And also, and that means that So they've got to buy. They have an ETF in it. They have an ETF in MSCI. So BlackRock has to buy, including another one that has to buy that's in there in this index is SPDR. Also, Amundi, and Scalable ETFs. They've all got to buy, folks. All around the world, ETFs. They track MSCI actively, okay? ETFs are tracking this MSCI very actively, okay? All right? Now, since SoFi went public, they have been added to several other indexes. They've been added to the Russell 1000. That's the growth index, which has over 88% of all the money in the Russell, the total Russell index is in the 1000 group. Most of the capital that's in the 1000 in the Russell index, in the Russell 1000, the Russell index is in this group, the 1000. Most of the money's the elite. SoFi's in with the elites. Also, SoFi's in the NASDAQ Financial 100 and in the Wilshire 5000. So SoFi's just going to keep getting invited into more and more indexes because they want stocks like this in their index, folks. They want stocks like SoFi in their index. Performers, revenue generators. They're in the vein of the what's happening, man. This is happening right now. It's a niche. It's in vogue. This is vogue, folks. SoFi's gone vogue on us. And by the way, these ETFs that they have, and they're the highest positions are Vanguard and Global FinTech. They have the biggest ones in this MSCI index. Vanguard and Global has two ETFs in this index. So, folks, all of these major players, BlackRock, Vanguard, and everyone I just mentioned, Spider, Amundi, Scalable, all of them must buy the shares of SoFi on August the 26th. Now, this is why I warned everybody a week ago and said, listen, when I heard this news came out, I warned folks and I said, we may want to do the safe thing and sell half of our SoFi position now. And in fact, when it went up to the high 2 days ago, I sold all of it. I have no shares of SoFi in my paper money account. I think I might have bought back like 100 or so, but I got out of it because I think, and I asked everybody when I heard this news, do you think that all these institutions that now know they've got to buy SoFi on the 26th are going to want the price at a 52-week high when they buy it? I said no. They're gonna work it down for 2 weeks, folks. It makes sense, doesn't it? It makes logical sense. So that's why I warned everybody about it. Samantha, no, I don't. I say Samantha sometimes, Savannah and Samantha, but I know it's Savannah. I know it's Savannah, not Sam. Sam. Not Sam, but Sam. Sav. Not Sam, but Sav. Listen, folks, this sheet I showed everybody of all these damned institutions increasing their portfolios by 200 and 400 and 500 and 100 and thousands. This is not something to overlook. This is something you need to focus. There's a term in the financial world that says follow the money. Follow the money, okay? Follow the dang money. And do not be dissuaded, and don't you even think about dumping all of SoFi. And by the way, I did not dump all my SoFi in my Fidelity account. Don't worry. I sold a lot, but I did not sell all of it. That would be very, very foolish to do that. All right, Ontario. Well, then you're part of the reason that these songs that I do keep getting over to New York so well, because you're going out there and opening the door and just guiding them right past you. Are you from Quebec? Hello there, Nastya. Let's see. What's BTAI? All right. 517. It's been lower already. The price was already at $4.90 earlier today. This says 501, but it was lower than that, I believe. No, it says 501, but it was 490 in the pre-market, I'm pretty sure. All right, now, when I say follow the money, someone asked me if I had something about balls. There's another ball up here I have. You see that ball? Hold on a second. You guys hold on a minute now. Just hold on a minute. I forgot to show you this ball. My grandfather's pocket watch. Well, it's my dad's. All right. In case you don't know anything about pocket watches, that name, Waltham, happens to be one of the highest quality pocket watch manufacturers in the world historically. Let me get this camera back out so it's not zoomed in. Hold on. All right. AT&F. Oh, what's going on with AT&F? What's happened to it? Has she launched? Yeah, she's launching, baby. There she blows. She's on her way, folks. Accumulate, 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 and then she breaks. Oh my goodness sakes. And look at that, baby. Yes, sir. Accumulate, 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 accumulate at $7.38. Accumulate, 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 accumulate at 7:33. You see, that's where they had to sit and be. At 7:33, ladies and gentlemen, they filled their sack. All right, folks, it's time. It's time to propel this to a whole new high. And that's at least what you're going to hear from Catfish Ty. And I'm going to try to push it higher because I think that that's everyone's desire. So here we go. You better take a look because I'm taking out one of my favorite books. And on this book, we've got some words that I think everybody will really enjoy. And I'm sorry about my screen being messed up, but I'm going to sing this song right now that I think you guys will enjoy. And I don't have my really good pick. I just dropped one here that I can use, though. And hopefully we'll reinforce it with a broken pick. We'll reinforce it with a broken pick. So this pick, so this pick will hold up longer. Because this pick is a very thin pick. I don't know where my good one is. And I've got to get some more picks. I got a load of picks upstairs. Well, you've been thinking about buying, waiting and dying, buying Catfish Ty on the nutsack. We're all gonna buy it. I think they're gonna buy it. Everyone can buy it on the nutsack. Yeah, got my eye on SoFi. I'm waiting to buy the Catfish Tyler on the nutsack. I put my order in just below 20. So come on, let's make a ton of money on the nutsack. It's a fun little place where we all buy together on the nutsack, baby. Savannah's nutsack, but we jump in our Chryslers and buy with whales when they sell on the nutsack. And that's right, we got ourselves a lot of money. So come on, everyone, let's make a bunch of money on the nutsack. That's a fun little place where we all buy together. 7:48, fill your plate. Bitters, what so cats is. And bitters on the buy, yeah. And bitters stealing from the shorts. Bitters watch it fly, yeah. Nutsack is a very hairy place where we all buy together on the nutsack, baby. Yeah, on the nutsack, baby. Hugging and a kissing, dancing and a loving. They're next to nothing, it's hot as an oven. And the whole tank shimmies, yeah, the whole tank shimmies. Yeah, the whole tank shimmies. And all the cats are splashing around and round and round and around. And the nutsack is a fun little place where we all buy together on the nutsack, baby. Yeah, on the nutsack, baby. Yes, that's where it's at when the shorts attack. Oh, it's a fact. Say what? Shorts got busted. Everybody's grooving, everybody's moving, baby. Funky little tank. Everybody's moving, everybody's grooving. Funky little tank, funky little tank. And nutsack is a little low place where we all buy together That's where it's at. Nutsack. That's a freaking fact. Nutsack. Oh, we're all buying on the nutsack. Ow. All right. Well, right now, you can all see that this ATNF, someone said they just got out at 749. I would never think about doing that yet, but you can. And move it over to another runner that some people have called out. And so we've got several of those that people have called out. So why don't we go see if you can find somewhere to put that money on something that's running. All right? We've got several stocks here to look at right now to maybe move it over to. One of them would be possibly Zena, Z-E-N-A, called out by Wood Knuckles Cove a while ago. Another one would be ATNF. Another one could be HBI. Another one could be XFOR. Another one might be BMNR. BMNR, called out by Marky Mark. XFOR was called out by the Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove. BTAI, which we've lost so much on, was also called out by Wood Knuckles Cove. So watch out where you're stepping there. You never know with the stocks he's calling whether there's any real fundamentals to them. They're pretty much just runners, on some. They might even be pump and dumps. So be careful, folks. We got to be careful. That was a costly error for me to get in on that one because I had my account almost up to from $10,000 I started with. I was up to $19,000, and then I lost $6,000 on BTAI. Man, oh man, that thing just slaughtered me because, man, after they had it down like 20%, I started coming on in. I said, man, they're going to run this thing down to 20 and then they're going to turn it around. I figured when they triggered those 20% stop losses, we'd see a pretty sweet recovery off of that. But then, well, I guess they did the public share offering or whatever caused it to fall up even further. XFOR is a dead horse as well. That's a dead horse, Xena. I still own it, Cat. Well. So some other ones we've had called out lately are WULF, called out by Funds Worth Keeping, WULF. ONDS, called out by Cake Fine Pastry, ONDS. BLSH, called out by Matthew Turgan, BLSH. SNOA, called out by Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove. XPON, called out by, and it was up 233%. And I said, folks, I won't touch that till tomorrow. XOS was also called out by Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove. And WL, no, I'm not even going to mention that one, called out by Samantha, because that one just looked horrible, and I would not go there. But we've got some stocks that could be good volatile runners. We've just got to, see where they are. And so let's get over here and see if, and that was a good sell you made at ATNF at 749. You should buy it back, I would say, right now. Now listen, guys, I want you to do me a favor, and I want you to keep an eye out for someone by the name of Bob Batson. If you see him in the tank ever, let me know. Bob Batson, if you guys ever see him in the tank, let me know. The best one I have for the day, Cat, is XPON. Okay. All right. But it's up too much. It's up 233% or something. So let me look at it now. A little bit scared of it, I have to tell you, though, because some of these runners, I got so beaten up on BTAI that you called out. Man, that's a tough one, man. God. Get the eye out of here. I never hit an eye. No, see, I'd have already lost 100% if I bought this stock. I'd have already lost 100% if I bought this stock already. No, you can't buy these things on the highs, folks. You just cannot freaking do it. You can't do it. You're waiting for disaster if you do that, folks. You're counting on disaster. And where did they stop this price? 550, they stopped it cold. At 550, man, they stopped that thing cold. Boom, 550 and game was over. 550 was the high. And they've knocked $1.44 out of it now. No, thanks. There could still be a lot of profit taking this afternoon. Please do not indulge yourselves in this stock here. Don't do it. Please don't do it, folks. I don't like it, man. Nope. Tomorrow I'll be all over that in the morning at 9:30. Watch me buying it at 9:30 in the morning. All right, let me get back over here because I want you guys to see something. I just got through showing you a list of all the accumulating institutions right now. And now I want you to see, and that list is only going over the last few days, by the way. That list was only over the last few days. Okay, but look at this list, folks. And I want you to see that suddenly on the news of SoFi offering that $1.5 billion shelf offering, Sumitomo came in and bought and increased their portfolio 102%, folks. They doubled down. When the news came out on the 29th, after earnings, after the closing, on the following, this would have been a Monday when the market opened, they increased their portfolio, and they happened to own 57,639,000 shares of SoFi, and they increased their portfolio 102%. Then ARK Investments came in and increased their portfolio 242%. This is after the shelf offering when everybody freaked out and sold and sold and sold because it was quote unquote diluting the stock. And so why everybody sold in panic, Motley Fool came in and raised their portfolio 51%. Simplex Trading came in and raised their 1,389,000 shares, 108%. They doubled down, folks. The Michigan State, right over here, State of Michigan Retirement System. This is after that $1.5 billion shelf offering when everyone was panic selling because of dilution. All these institutions were hoarding up shares, increasing by 56, by 52, by 76, by 642%. Look at this right here, folks. This is no small time player when you get to here, folks. Nico Assets adding, they already own 3,399,000 shares of SoFi. And they doubled down after that news. They doubled down, folks. These are massively huge institutions I'm talking about. Citigroup, who owns 3,195,000 shares, they got a 52% increase in their portfolio. TD Waterhouse raised theirs by 650%. Folks, why do you think all these institutions came in so heavily after that announcement of the $1.5 billion? Well, I think they might have watched a video that was put up by Tanner that told everyone that this $1.5 billion was going to add so much to SoFi's EPS going forward. It was insane how much it's going to add. And I watched this video and I put a link to it and told you guys to watch this video because I wanted you to see how much it's going to increase SoFi's EPS, this deal for this $1.5 billion shelf offering, what it does, dropping cash to their bottom line. Folks, I'm telling you, that video, I think a lot of these entities watched Tanner bring that up and they realized he's right. The EPS of SoFi is going to skyrocket now because of that deal. So they started coming in and they started adding in these, massive. And some of these folks, they're huge whales here. Up here, this Mitsubishi, they already own 4,879,000 shares of SoFi and raised their portfolio by 76%. Wow. And now I want to show you who's come in during this yesterday. So look who's come in yesterday. I'm going to show you now on my camera. I'm hoping you guys can all see this. I'm going to show you who came in yesterday on SoFi. And isn't it interesting that they're all massively accumulating while the price is falling on it, okay? That's something for you to make notice of. And I told you this could happen as they want to buy. They want to get it at the cheaper prices. So they want to run it down now for a few days. That's what I told you would probably happen. And I wasn't kidding you. But I want you to see who's buying on these daily dips. So right here you can see, and hopefully you guys can all see this. And SoFi, by the way, look over here, folks. It's done with this little bullshit game. That's over, man. That's over. It's over very quickly. And this thing is now, in my opinion, once it passes this level, will rise just as fast as it fell. It'll rise once it passes this point, and that point is 2308. When this thing gets over 2308, it'll rise just as fast to this point where it fell because no one bought it here, and no one owns it from here to here. No one. It'll go right from here, right back up. When it breaks this, it's going to go right back to there, folks. It'll actually go to this level first. And if you're smart, you'll look here and see that it's going to first hit this level. See that level? It's the same level as this one right here. See that? So it's going to go up here, then they'll pull it down a little, then it'll go up here, then they'll pull it down to there, then it'll go up to there, right there. And then they'll pull it down to this level right here. And then it'll go all the way up to here. And then they're going to pull it down to about there. And then it's going to rise to up here. And then they're going to pull it down to there. And then it's going to go to here. And they're going to pull it down to there. And then it's going to go all the way up to here again. Because as you can see, from here down, there's no accumulation of the shares. And from here up, there's been no accumulation. Too rapidly fell. It fell too rapidly. So they created a gap there now. It fell too rapidly. They've created a gap. So when it gets back up to here, folks, this gap is there. And you're going to see it'll propel right on up to here once they get it up to that level. So let's just watch it go and watch it hit these resistance levels and pull back a little and here and then pull back a little and there and pull back a little and there and pull back a little. And then just watch it, folks, all afternoon. Watch it all the next week or so. Because, folks, I'm telling you, SoFi is going to be manipulated down every single day by a dumping of 10 million shares they borrow each time. And they're going to pick a time to do it, and then they got to buy them all back. And I'm going to take a picture right now of maybe the last time we ever see 2296, 2297, 2298. But don't be surprised to see history again. As soon as it hits $23, they shove it down to 2292. Just watch. Might even only hit 22.90. Yep, we'll watch this thing go, folks. But I'm going to presume that they've been doing this with SoFi pretty regularly. As soon as it taps that 23, they try to yank it back. They're shorting 23, and they yank it down to 22.92. Let's see if I'm going to be right again. Here we go, folks. Now watch it go. Now, one thing that'll be really cool, though, is if this thing just blows through that and jumps to 2301 right now. Because some entities will decide, shit, this is it. It's going to break, and we don't want to wait till it gets up in the 23, so let's just buy now. And they put in a 1 million share buy order, and it shoves it over to 2301. Watch. Watch and see if I'm right that it jumps to 23.03 here, or it falls rapidly to 22.92. One or the other is going to happen. One or the other is going to happen right now. It is either going to hit 23.03 quickly by a spike buy-in, or it's going to be yanked from 22.99 or 23 right back to 22.92. Watch. Let's just see what it's going to be. And I think she's going over, folks. Yep, there's pressure. Big time upside pressure here, folks. No way to stop it, folks. Doesn't look like to me. Nope. Last buy at $22.99, folks. Wave goodbye to $22.99 and put it in the rear view mirror. And watch it just fade out of view, ladies and gentlemen. Fade out of view. Ah, here they come. The $22.92 kids coming rolling along. Here they come. They're rolling the $22.92ers now. Get them out. Here we go. $22.92. I'm just waiting on it because you guys are so predictable. You're so predictable. Watch them come out. There it comes. $22.92 right now. Just wait on it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. $22.92. And I don't know what I'm talking about, people. I have no idea. It's just sheer luck. Watch this thing now run right back up to $22.99 in an instant, because they just created a gap from $22.99 to $22.92. Artificial shares selling. The demand still hasn't gone away. There's still buyers that are coming in here, but they're trying to temper it. Watch how fast it goes back up over $22.99 now. I'm betting within 3 minutes this price is at 23 plus. Within 3 minutes, it's at 23 plus. And another reason that they happen to like this number a lot, you happen to notice that they're trying to hold it, the loss down to 88 cents. See that? 88 cents, folks. They just were trying to hold it there at a loss of 88 cents at the 22.92. Two minutes left before it's at $22.99. Savannah, look how much it's down. 88 cents. I'm just looking for it, though. You're right. It's just because I'm looking for it. Or could it be also over there, the 366? On the percentage down, 366? Do you think either one of those are coincidental? Mm-hmm. 88 cents or 366. Look at them swapping it back and forth between it now. Oh, well, that's the end of the 366, folks. It looks like the shenanigans just ended. There's no more 366, I guess, in the coffers. Nope, I guess this is the best. Look at her go. Next, it'll be 357. 357 is the next number you're going to see in about 30 seconds. And folks, we got 1 minute left till we're at $23. I'm saying 1 minute left till we hit 23 bucks. $45 seconds till we hit $23. $35 seconds till we hit 23 bucks. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yep, we got, oh, yeah, we're at 15 seconds almost. We'll be there, $23. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 23. Come on, prove me right that I'm going to hit it at 23 right now. Come on. It should be within 5 seconds of this, maybe. Folks, you can see these numbers are so predictable. I told you to sell the 22.99 and get back the 22.92 buy. And now you're going to see this go over 22.99. It's going to break over that. It's going to go over 23 within, like I said, it'll just be just a jiffy here. No problem. You'll see it all. You'll all get to witness it. And here we go again, 23.99 right now. And it's interesting, as you can see, now there's no attempt to hold it at 0.88 or 3.66. They're not even interested in that anymore. They've given up on it. And here we go, folks. She's going to bust over now. And I want to take a picture, the last picture of 22.99 now. And this will be neat because I'll get to show people how they marched it down to 22.91. And then within 5-10 minutes, it was right back over 23, just like I said. There it is. Goodbye, 22.99. Goodbye, 22.99. Very nice. Sayonara, baby. And I'm going to tell you something. The more and more that these losers that see that they can't hold it under $23, they'll start leaving. They'll start buying out. They'll start buying out, folks. As this separates from 23, more will get out. And by the way, more confidence will come from the longs community, and they'll buy in. If it stays over 23 and starts to spread, more will come in. They want confidence that's going to hold over 23. They won't buy yet till it hits 23.09. And when it hits that, they'll be flying in on this thing. They're going to wait for 23.09 to buy in heavy. And I could be wrong, but they'd be smart to do that because 23.08 is usually an attack number. Am I right? Yes, I am. I am right. So let me show you something this morning on today's date here. This is all the institutions that are buying the dip. 2 Sigma. You guys know that they are a very large player. 2 Sigma. They just increased their portfolio today by 125%, 126%. 2 Sigma increasing their position. Another one over here. Janus Henderson Group just increased their position by 252%. SquarePoint. Oh, look, we got another state coming in, another state fund. SquarePoint just increased their position by 252, 520, and 1,057%, folks. They're buying, increasing their portfolios by 1,057%. Ladies and gentlemen, you're talking about an institution who bought and increased their portfolio 1,057% today, and they own 17,894,000 shares of SoFi. Why did they just today, with a 4% drop, increase their portfolio value by 1,057%? Huh? Why did this SquarePoint LLC up at the top, why did they increase their position value by 1,057%, 520%, and 252%? Looking above these individuals, and folks, I've got 2 more states to join in now. I'm going to put them in now on my state chart. So let me hold on a second here. And I'm going to go over here to SoFi State Fund Institutions. And today is the 14th. And today we've had another, and by the way, folks, look here recently at all these state fund institutions buying in on the 13th. State Board Administration of Florida Retirement System increasing 57. This is how many shares they own. Look right here. Arizona State Retirement System, 60% increase in their portfolio. Look right here yesterday. California Public Employees Retirement System increasing their portfolio 71%. New York State Common Retirement Fund increasing their position 66%. And now we get to add some more. And the ones that I see that have come in now is we have Utah Retirement Systems increasing their portfolio 55. And we have New York State Common Retirement Fund. But the ones I saw here recently is this one, Utah, and what did I see up here? There's another state I saw. State of Wisconsin. Utah Retirement Systems. So I'm going to change this here now. State fund institutions. We're going to make it a small screen like this. And we're going to put in here on 8/14. 8/14 we've seen now buying along with all these others. Treasurer of the state of North Carolina. All right. And they increased their portfolio today by 80%. And they own now, treasurer of the state of North Carolina, 496,686. All right. And then who came in after them? Treasurer of the state of North Carolina, Utah Retirement Systems today. Utah Retirement Systems. And they just increased their position today by 55.89%. I wonder why. With the stock price falling so much, why are they buying it all? Oh, you think they're buying the dip, maybe? Oh, okay. And they have 174,505. Folks, let me tell you something. Let me explain to you something. These state fund institutions, please understand something. These are state fund institutions. And ladies and gentlemen, they don't just willy-nilly make a crazy wild-haired gander. These people are dealing with retirement systems of these individuals that are mostly 55 years old to 75 and 80. They're using old money here, folks, and they're coming in big, and they're not risking it. They're not risking it. They're not worried about 4% fall today. Okay? In fact, they're taking advantage of the 4% fall. And these states are coming in. Michael Odom, sound question mark. Everybody else seems to be hearing me fine. I haven't heard anybody else say they can't hear me, so you better check your end. These people, these entities that are buying these state retirement fund systems, folks, they're not going to risk their money in something frivolous, okay? They know what they've done. They've done major research. These are their pensions. These are their retirement funds, folks, that they're putting into SoFi's hands, okay? And they should. They've got good reason to, because this is an excellent company and it's going to have even continue to just prosper and break out more news. It's not going to stop. The news isn't going to stop coming out about this company, folks. And I said this is going to be the biggest demise of the shorts regarding this stock. The news isn't going to stop coming out. It's just going to have one story after another story after another story. So now I want to get back over here again because I got another state fund that just bought in instead of the New York State Common coming in, and then instead of also the treasurer of the state of North Carolina increasing by 80%. We got the Utah retirement systems increasing their portfolio by 55%. And up here, who do we have? Berkshire. Berkshire? What are they doing buying? Why would Berkshire be buying on the low? Here we go. Here's another one. State of Wisconsin coming in on a 4% drop today. State of Wisconsin. State of Wisconsin. They said, holy crap, we can't miss out with all these other state funds. Why can't I get an S to put up an S here? There. All right, and this should be also 814. So in 3 days, while SoFi's price drops like a rock, you've got all these state investment funds pulling in. State of Investment Board, there it is. And how much did they increase their portfolio today? They've got 298,254 shares. And they increased their portfolio today by how much? What percentage? They increased it by 11.31. Well, that's kind of moderate compared to these other states. Folks, when state funds are buying into a stock, they have to get together and they vote on this. They all look at it. They look at the evidence. They look at the facts, and then they make a decision. And today, on this day, the 14th, we've had the treasurer of the state of New York, the Utah Retirement System, state of Wisconsin Investment Board. They're all buying on this low, folks. You know why? Because they're investors. That's why. They know opportunity when they see it. And they've heard me telling everybody that SoFi is about to go to $28, and they've also seen me show why. And if you don't know why, then let me show you why SoFi is about to go to $28 a share right now. I'll make sure you all understand it by looking at this very simple chart. And you'll all understand it. You'll get it, I'm sure. You're smart individuals, so come look with me. Ladies and gentlemen, SoFi is now, as we speak, as I'm speaking to you right now, SoFi is sitting at a price where the 10-day moving average has just broken a major line of resistance. This line you see, the light blue line, is the 10-day moving average, okay? And it's broken over a very, very heavy level of resistance. And I want you to see that in the history of this stock, in the history of SoFi stock, in this price range, SoFi has never stopped going from here up to there. It never has and never has. It's never stopped going from there to there. All right? Now, I want you to also understand this. This is very important. When it was running up that high, look at the volume at the bottom of the screen. And I want to make sure my camera is not zoomed in and that you guys can see all this. So let me make sure that you guys are able to see it clearly, what I'm showing you. And let me back this out a little bit more. Yeah, I'm glad I did that because my camera had zoomed in and I want you guys to see the whole thing. All right. And to be honest with you, let me go over here and I'm going to get my channel up on this right screen so I can see you better. And folks, just look at this. I am right now 2 subscribers away from reaching 21,000 subscribers. I mean, 20,900 subscribers. And we're 102 subscribers away from 21,000, folks. Thank you. And we've had a lot more people watching this channel today than we did yesterday, that's for sure. Look at all the folks watching today versus yesterday. Wow. Well, I'm showing you this, folks, and this is why you need to be on this channel. What I'm showing you is that this stock has never, ever, ever stopped at this price range right here, ever before. And the only reason that they just dropped the price down to there is because it was a line of resistance before. You'll see that this was a line of resistance right here, right there. So the reason that they've dropped it back to this line now is because it was one time a point of resistance. Folks, this is where we are now. This is where we are right here at this point of resistance right here. Folks, do you know why this price is now going to skyrocket like this? And why it's not going to stop at this line of resistance here now? Because look at the volume that was interested in the stock back then, that had hardly any eyes on it back then. The stock had hardly any eyes on it. What's the difference now? What's the difference now? Again, while SoFi was up in these upper echelon price ranges, there was virtually nobody looking at it. And it ran from right here to there with absolutely no volume on it at all. It ran all the way up there and fell all the way back down, and it did it with no volume. And then it ran from here up to there, and it did it with no volume. How in the world is this thing going to stop now with this kind of volume on it in a range where nobody owns the stock? Folks, there's no one that owns this stock in this price range since 2021. Nobody owns it here to sell the damn thing. Nobody actually owns the stock here other than BlackRock and Vanguard and others that would sell it to others to sell it down. They loan shares to them so they can sell it down, folks. But listen, folks, I'm telling you, why in the world is this going to stay at this price now when it couldn't, when on this kind of volume, okay? If just this little bit of volume here could carry the price all the way from here to here, and then it went to here. But of course, Yahoo doesn't show you this. Yahoo doesn't want you to know that the price highest ever was $28.26. Yahoo doesn't show that. See, this only goes to here. See, that's all it ever did. That's all SoFi ever did was right there. No, it didn't go to that number, which was the closing day on closing price on the 1st. On the 1st, this was the closing price on the 1st of February 2022. 25.76 was the number. I tried to get it to stop there yesterday and I couldn't. I could not get it to stop at 25.76, so I set it there at 25.77. But folks, that price was the closing price for SoFi on that day. They don't even show that. They're not even showing it. If you don't believe what I'm saying, Go over to SoFi's historical chart right here, SoFi historical data, and take the time to come over here on the top left and change it. Change the start date that's here and make it, instead of August 14th, change the start date on it from August 14th, make it to 01 2021. February 1st, 2021, clear, and it hit that. Boom, hit done. Why won't it let me do that? Let's try 12/31, 2021. There we go. All right, folks. Listen, this is really important for you to understand this, so you don't get suckered into selling SoFi at what you think was the highest historical price ever. Now, I've shown people before, if you go search for SoFi's highest price ever, what they'll try and lie to you and tell you. But I want you to see something. Oh, man. I didn't go back far enough. I got to go back to December 31st, 2020. Or January. I want to go January 31st, 2021. Shit. Sorry, folks. Let me get up here again and start it over. January 31st, 2021. My dumbass doesn't know what I'm doing. Here we go. January, that would be 01/31/2021. And done. That is right. Now I'm going to run down here to the bottom. And here is the day I'm speaking of, ladies and gentlemen. SoFi on February 1st, it opened at 25.85. And it went to a high of 28.26. Now, the interesting thing is, neither one of these numbers will be shown to you by Yahoo. And you need to know, see, they don't want you to know the stock price went up $3. They don't want you to know it went up $2.40 in one day. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to know about this number, 28.26. And I've shown people before, if you go over here to Google and you put in Google and you do a search on Google for SoFi highest stock price ever. And look at this number they show you. Look what AI is trying to tell everybody in the world, folks, that SoFi's highest stock price was $25.78. That is not true, AI. It is not true. Stop lying to the public. You've been deceived. AI, you've been deceived. That's not the price, the highest price ever. This was the closing price that day. Look right here. All of these people say it. Here's more details. All-time high, $25.78 on February the 1st. Jeez. All-time SoFi Technology stock closing price. Oh, at least they put closing price was $25.78. Kind of hard to find out what SoFi's highest price ever was, huh? Isn't it hard? And you're not going to hear it from this company, investing.com, because they're part of the biggest lie that was ever told about SoFi. This company came out and said on from May the 15th, when SoFi went from $4.45 a share to June the 14th, and in 29 days, SoFi had risen from 445 a share to 1023 a share. It was up 135%. And when it was there, this came out from this company, and it said SoFi, it said 5 analyst cuts. SoFi downgraded by 3. Piper Sandler, Oppenheimer, and Bank of America. Well, listen, I showed you guys that article that day. All of them raised their target prices. But this company, investing.com, put out a headline saying 5 big analyst cuts, SoFi, 3 downgrades, share price plunges. That was what the heading said from this company. But if you read into the article, you saw that all of those companies weren't downgrading. They were raising their target prices because the price had gone from 445 to 1023. So all of them raised them. But it's the biggest lie that ever happened. And there's a reason why it happened on that day. And I like to show you the reason why SoFi cost to borrow. I have it here in my bookmarks. Hold on. Favorites. Maybe that's what I want. It doesn't say bookmarks. It says favorites. No. Bookmarks. Oh, shoot. I'm not using DuckDuckGo anymore. Shoot. SoFi, cost to borrow. I'm going to put short. Oh, man. Doggone it, Tyler. Come on. Learn to spell right. Short interest, cost to borrow. Well, I can show you on this screen, though. I got it here. Hold on. I can get it easier this way. Okay, so there's a reason that this headline came out, and I'll show you the headline right here. SoFi, big analyst cuts. And it said 5, even though there was only 3. Ah, yes, here we are. Look at the date. SoFi, 5 big analyst cuts. SoFi Technologies, slashed with 3 downgrades. Look who put this story up, investing.com. And folks, it says here June 16th, but that's not when it was posted. It came out on June 15th. It came out on June 15th. I know because I'm a very, very avid follower of this stock. So let me explain what happened. On May the 15th, they paid some third-rate fly-by-night analysts to downgrade SoFi and say the price was worth $2.50 a share. His name was David Chiaverini. That was May the 15th. Well, in 30 days, the price had gone from that price all the way to $10.23 a share because I showed everybody, and many others were showing, including Hurricane Lopez, that David Chiaverini was just a dimwit, and he didn't know what he was doing, and he had a great success rate at failing. He was one of the best failers I've ever noticed. And I want you to know that the coincidental date of this article coming out on the 15th was because SoFi had its price go from 455 to friggin' 1023 a share. From this time period right here, May the 15th is when it happened. And it's interesting that they're not showing me the dates on this. Hold on, maybe I'll get them if I come here. There they are. So look up there. On May the 15th, when David Chiaverini downgraded this stock on May the 15th, they had about 6 million shares to trade. Before that, on May the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, right here, right there, they had 6,200,000 shares. May the 13th, The downgrade came out May the 15th, and they had 6.2 million shares, and they borrowed a shitload, and they made it fall. And then it started to rise. SoFi's price started to go up and up and up, and it went from 455 to 6 to 7 to 8, and they started borrowing, and they started borrowing more, and they were selling them and borrowing and selling and borrowing and selling, trying to keep the price under control. But by the time that got to June 14th and SoFi's price had hit $10.23 a share, the son of a bitches had run out of shares to borrow against it. The son of a bitches had run out of shares, completely run out of shares to borrow against it on that day. Do you see that? They had completely run out of shares on that date. June the 14th, the slime balls had gotten themselves in a situation that they had to create a huge freaking lie to get themselves out of. And on June the 14th, there were no more shares. Number of shares available to borrow were gone. They were all freaking gone, everyone. So what did they do? They got on the phone and they called up investing.com, and they called Piper Sandler and said, we need a downgrade. And Piper said, no way, man. The price has gone from 445 to 1023. We're raising our target price. They said, just do that. We'll call it a downgrade anyway. So then they called Bank of America. Man, we need help here, man. We shorted this thing at 4s. It's at 1023 a share. We're out of shares to borrow. We need you to put a downgrade. Well, no, we're raising our target price. Well, go ahead. We'll call it a downgrade. We'll tell investing.com to call it a downgrade. Then they called Bank of America. Hey, Bank of America, we need your help, man. We're screwed here, man. We told everybody the stock. We told David Chiaverini to put out a downgrade. The price didn't really fall. Everybody exposed him for a big loser, and now the price has gone up to 1023. There's this Yahoo on YouTube called Catfish who's got us all by the balls right now, and we need you to make up a story. They said, sorry, we're raising our target price. And they said, well, screw you. Thanks for nothing. Click, hung up the phone. Then they called investing.com. Hey, investing.com, listen, can you run us a story that says there were 3 downgrades, even though all of them are raising their target prices? And then the investing.com says, you ever heard of Bitcoin before? And he says, yep. He says, well, we need about 2.2 million in Bitcoin are sent on over, and we'll run you the headline saying 5 big analyst cuts. Yeah, we're going to say 5, even though there was only 3. We're really going to pile the lie on. Yeah. Yeah, this story is great. Yeah, it sure is. It tells you what the manipulators will do when they get themselves in a desperate situation. They'll run a headline full of false. And again, folks, as you can see by this headline, there were not 5 big analyst cuts for SoFi. It's an absolute lie. And I like to expose all the lies. You know, I got a song. It says, you were searching for a stock to buy, and then you stumbled on Catfish. Tyler saying now's the perfect time to buy SoFi. And I showed you why. I told all the lies they told about SoFi. And now there's nothing that those shorts can do. They all realize they're totally screwed. For shorting SoFi. But David was lying. You should be buying. You've heard the song. You've heard this song, and I told all the lies, and I'm going to keep telling this lie, this huge lie that they tried to pull on SoFi. And I want people to be encouraged to buy a company that gets attacked by these scumbags like this. I want them to feel strong and go, no, SoFi's not going to go down to 455 or 250 a share. You're at $23 now, mofos. What do you think of that? All of you that called up and said, oh, man, can you stop this thing at $10.23 and put the brakes on this thing? No, they couldn't put the brakes on it, you assholes. It's at freaking $23 now. Yeah. Yeah, the big companies were trying to take GameStop down too until the people took action. That's right. Some of you today, I just said, and let me see where BTAI is now. This was at 11:30 you're looking at. This is 2 hours ago. Oh my gosh. It's not following anymore. I guess they're just accumulating it now, huh? Got him a little nut sack there, didn't they, at lunchtime? Got him a little nut sack lunchtime snack, yeah. And then now they're just letting a little tiny V neck there, and they're going to run it on up. I like it. I'm okay with it. And NVTS is getting slammed. So it's not just SoFi, folks. A lot of stocks are getting slammed on this broader market news. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware of this, I'm going to refresh the screen and make sure I am correct. And that is right. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, the Dow Jones Industrial and the S&P 500 are going green. I want you to see right now, they are about to go green. The S&P 500 has shook off the weak hands got shook off, and the Dow Jones shook out the weak hands there. And the NASDAQ has just gone green after shaking out all the weakies, all the weak and wimpy, worthless scums that are afraid to hold on to a stock through any just 4% pullback. But you see all the institutions buying SoFi today, don't you? Look at them, look at them. Look at them accumulating. Hell, this one here accumulated today by 6,462%. That's today, folks, the 14th, when the stock's down 4%. Headlands comes in and buys and increases their portfolio by 6,462%. This is the value of their portfolio, folks. This stupid thing says it's verifying I'm a human now. Are you serious? This is ridiculous. You kidding me, man? Aha. Portfolio value. Headlines. Ah. Oh, they own mostly NVIDIA. They own NVIDIA, BBAI, Amazon, Hood, JP Morgan, Microsoft, UPS, OKLO. All right. Hey, look at this. Oh, my goodness. Look at who just decided to buy a bunch of shares. JP Morgan. JP Morgan decided to buy some more along with all these state funds that are buying right now. JP. That's right, folks. You've got Arizona State Retirement System buying into SoFi on the 13th. You've got right here, folks, there's state after state. California Public Employees Retirement System increasing their portfolio by 71%. Norges Bank increasing their holding to 9,009,000 shares. Comerica Bank increasing their position in SoFi by 32.68%. Comerica Bank, folks, Norges Bank, all these banks buying into SoFi now. New York State Common Retirement Fund. New York State Common Retirement Fund buying in. Treasurer of the State of North Carolina increasing their portfolio by 80%. Berkshire Capital coming in. Utah Retirement Systems buying in, increasing their portfolio by 55%. State of Wisconsin Investment Board increasing their portfolio by 1131%. Jeez, oh Pete. Look at this. Cube Research. They got 1,178,000 shares. They just increased it by 416%, folks. 416%. And this is a shorter. When they get out 100%, they're shorting the stock. Bridgeway Capital. They got out. They're done. Look at this one here above them that just bought. They just filed just moments ago. BI Asset Management. Look at this, folks. Look at this. They just increased their position right here, 447,000. They increased by 7,224% today. Holy shit. Whoa. Why are these institutions committing at these levels? Why are they changing the percentages of their portfolio in these massive, massive amounts? Folks, this is the percent of value I'm showing you here. These numbers I'm showing you is the percent of value, all right? The percent of value that they're increasing their portfolios right now. Why are they doing it now? Why now? Why now? Why? Well, let me just tell you, folks, you better follow the freaking money. You better follow the dang money. You must be authorized to access this page. Huh? I must be authorized? 581,064 now. Let me see where we were. 581, SoFi institutions data. Oh my gosh, they've added another. Folks, we got to come over here and change this number now. We're going to make this 813. We're going to make this 813 as well, and we're going to change it because we've seen even more institutions piling in now. And the number is going to be, wait a minute. And the number, we don't know what it's going to close today yet, but right here, we just went up to 10,028. 10,028, 970 long, 10,028. So we want to put in here 10,028. 1,028. 1,028. And all of them came in long, right? Yep, 970 long. Not all of them did. 970. And then how many shares were short? 26 and 32. Someone's dumb enough to short here. 26 and 32. Okay. Now, I didn't want to do that. Shucks. Hold on. Now, what is the volume gone up to now? It's now at 581,064, 724. 581,064, 724. 581,064, 564, 724. And ladies and gentlemen, that is an increase of another 5 million shares bought by institutions today that were out there available on the market that are no longer available. And let's get my calculator and see exactly how many shares it was that they accumulated just now. Since the last I checked 2 hours ago, they've now bought another 581,064, 581,064, 724 minus 576, 113, 109 equals. Alexa, play the long drum roll, please.
Long Drum Roll by Bobby Morgenstein from Spotify.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we have seen not only an addition of 15 million shares go over to institutions, but we've also now seen, oh, Alexa, stop. The number went off my sheet, off my computer. It went off my computer because I got it out of sunlight.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
You can't help me with it. All right, let's do it again. 581,064, 724 minus 576, 113, 109 equals 4,900,000. Alexa, stop. 4,951,615. More shares bought today. 951,615. And folks, guess what color that is? It's not red, it's freaking green. And now institutional ownership has gone from 48.11 to 48.53. 48.53. Why are all these institutions accumulating now? Oh my, and the most recent quarter raise just went positive by 464. That's right, folks. It just went positive. We've been seeing negative for some time now, but now it's positive. You see how it went negative for a while? Negative, 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 negative. And now it's positive, 4.64. What this means, folks, is this term, and let me just put this over here so you understand. I'll put the save this right here. And then let me put this screen down so you can see something. So what this means is that institutionally, over the most recent quarter, institutions have now increased their portfolios by 4.64%. In other words, the volume has now, as you can see, risen, and I'll show you right here on this institutional data. It will be more clear to see it. You can see that the number of shares has now gone from 548,000. All right, and it was rising over here at one time, but then it started dropping. So it went down to 554 to 548 to 549, then 550, 555, 559, 560, 576, and now 581. You see it? And this is happening quickly. So now we have, over the most recent quarter, no more reduction in institution. They're coming in. They're coming in. That's good. That's a very good sign right there, folks, just so you know. Institutions are coming in, and the numbers are clearly seen here. And the thing I like is you can see right here, the increase was 300,000, then 1.4 million, then a drop of only 157,000, then buys of 5.5, the drop of only 695, then buys of 4, buys of 9, day before yesterday, buys of 15, today, this is this morning. So today they've added 19 million shares while the price is down 4%, folks. Understand? They've added 19 million shares. They're gobbling them up right now. They're just hoarding them away right now on this drop. And I'm right, folks. I know I'm right. And it makes perfect sense that they would, because they're investors, folks. They're smart, savvy, educated investors. These are state pensions that are buying in on this drop, folks. They bought in on that double ta-ta today because they're smart. And they're probably watching this channel and they're seeing, holy crap, Catfish is right. He's right about a lot of things. He's right about this 5-year chart too, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, I'm right about this 5-year chart. You'll all bear witness to it one day. And this should be the historical data. And this should be the main page. LA Olympics to sell naming rights to some venues in game-changing deal for 2028. What's this about? LA Olympics to sell naming rights to some venues in game-changing deal for 2020. What? This aerial view show Crypto.com arena, downtown Los Angeles. Organizers of the Los Angeles Olympics will sell naming rights for a handful of its venues in deals expected to bring multiple millions of dollars. The organizing, it says, the games, while breaking down the International Olympic Committee's long sacrosanct policy of keeping brand names off its arenas and stadiums. The organizing committee announced the landmark deal Thursday, saying contracts were already in place with 2 of its founding partners, Honda, which already has been naming rights for the arena in Anaheim that will host volleyball, and Comcast, which will have its name on the temporary venue hosting squash. LA 28 Chairman CEO Casey Wasserman said revenue from the deals going that LA's current $6.9 billion budget. He portrayed the deal as the sort of paradigm shifting arrangement that Los Angeles needs more than other host cities because, as is typical for American hosted Olympics, the core cost of these games aren't blocked by government funding. We're a private enterprise responsible for delivering these games, Wasserman said in an interview with the episode. It's my job to push. That doesn't mean we're going to win every time we push, but it's our job to always push because our context is pretty unique. People know crypto as crypto. They don't know it as the gymnastics arena downtown. Right. Wasserman said of the home Lakers Crypto.com arena, which will host the gymnastics and boxing. Do you think SoFi is going to be having their stadium? SoFi in the Olympics, right? They got to use SoFi Stadium for something, right? In the Olympics, are they going to be using it for something, right? All right. Data points to solid U.S. retail spending, but there are plenty of troubling signs. Oh, sure, Yahoo, you're always going to find the freaking cloud, aren't you? You're going to search for that cloud, aren't you? Folks, I've never seen an entity so negatively slanted against the market than Yahoo. I think Chiaverini has some sort of relationship with First Republic Bank and J.P. Morgan Chase. I hear you, man. Well, hey, look at this SoFi, man. Is that a wood or what after a freaking nutsack there? Holy crap, look at that wood growing. Dang. Like I said, right here, this is Peter North right here, folks. Someone says, I got the 2317. Good. Good. You know, you're smart to be buying with a bunch of schools and retirement systems and funds and banks and institutions on a dip. You're very smart to be buying with all of them, like I just showed you. They're all doing today. They're all hoarding the shares. They're just hoarding them up while the price falls. And in fact, they may be the reason it did fall today, because they can hoard them up. Hoard them up, folks. Hoard them, hoard them, hoard them. BTAI. Hey, look at that. Look at this Savannah. You see that? 520 hoarding time. Hoarding time on the 520 line, where they did there and there and there and there and there and over here 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 and over here. On the 520 line, it's hoarding time. Once again, even over the run up and the little juki and the down, they're hoarding on 520, their favorite number. And I keep telling you this. You need to learn these things. And if you stick around here long enough, you'll figure it out. There's certain numbers where they just want to buy and accumulate. Alex because sent 10. Oh, thank you, Alex. He just bought 10 memberships, folks, for other people. That's a $50 spot right there, baby. Yeah. And we got to go to the next page for drawing people now. We got to go to another page. We haven't done this in a long time. All right, we got you in here. And I want you guys to know something here. I'm very, very grateful to all of you individuals who step up and do this for me. And I want to show you right now what I mean. Look at all these donations, folks, that we've received, from starting out with DP Orlando, Adamatani, Adamalala JP Panik, The Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove, Addicton, Rick Lawrence, thank you. Biggle Tits, fun, folks. You gotta love somebody with a username Biggle Tits. Sammy Day, VZ Rover, David Westbrook, Rusty Prater, Alex Bacall, and I'm sorry I spelled those A's. I know it's you. Gary Bullock, Burnett or Die, VZ Rover. Yes, David Kennedy, Rick Hard, Alex Bacall. See, I spelled it correctly there. And now we're on the next page. Alex Bacall. Thank you. And I'm going to bring this screen back now. Hold on a minute where I can see, where everybody can see. Hold on. Okay, let's go see if you guys can see now. Somebody just said SoFi, baby. Yeah. Well, I told you, they got to buy them back. If they borrow them, they got to buy them back. They buy them, they borrow them, they sell them, they buy them back. Now, yesterday, folks, I ran out of water, and I'm about out now, and I ran out of coffee and water at the end of the day. Hold on a second here, folks. apologize for not getting these off the lens things off the screen today. I got a mess here, so let me get these off here. Clean this up nice. But I'm going to go get some more water too. 2 o'clock, folks. I think we got ourselves one heck of an afternoon coming our way. I'm just going to say it right now. I think we've got one heck of an afternoon coming our way. I think she's going to be a real burst out here. And move this back so we can see if you guys can see what's going on here. Or did my camera just zoom in? Yeah, it zoomed again. Dadgummit. Hold on. You guys hold on a second here. And with those donations, I'm going to end the ads right now on this video. Thank you very much. We've got enough donations today to end the ads right now, so we're going to cut off any more commercials. So I want to thank you because we're going to come over here right now. We're going to cut off commercials on this thing. And I'm also going to remove the lint from this screen too because it looks horrible as well. But we're going to demonetize this. Thank you for your contributions, everybody. No more commercials. We're commercial free for the next 2 hours. All right? We're commercial free for the next 2 hours, everybody. And so now let's go back to the stream. View channel. And let me take the moment to just clean off this screen just a moment here. Should have done that earlier, but I didn't get down here. I was late this morning. Late. I was about 20 minutes late this morning. All right. Now let's get back up. And let's go look at several stocks here. And still accumulating this at 520. They're trying to just fill this thing up at 520, folks. They just want to hoard this thing all afternoon at 518, 519, 520, just hoarding it. And I'm not giving up on it yet because I've seen that kind of thing being done before. Then I've seen a sudden, unexplainable splurge of buying going on afterwards. So I'm just going to sit by time. I'm being very patient. All right. And now I want to look at some others. I'm looking at SoFi right here now. And that is not the one I want. I'm going to move that over here. Is this the one I want? Nope. That's the third one over. So that should be here. And this one might be the one I want. No. So I don't even have. ATNF starting to got a heartbeat to it, folks. We're going to be looking at XPON tomorrow, folks. I dog it. We're going to be watching this stock tomorrow. 152% up. It was up 250%. And then Double K even said it was up 280%. I'm going to watch it in the morning. Now I'm going to make sure you guys can all see this clearly. SoFi is running, folks. She's a steamroller, baby. That's just not going to work. Hold on a second, folks. And now I want to make this screen much, much wider. There we go. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to put some, I'm going to give you some information about what all's been going on. All right, here we go. I found my literature that I want to share with you today. I don't know if you heard this or not, but there were some warring factions going on between Azerbaijani, the Azerbaijani president and the Armenian prime minister were brought together by Donald Trump, and they signed a peace treaty. They finally stopped fighting. Well, at least they signed an agreement to stop the war. Just give me a second here. All right. Can you see me now, or is this stupid camera just totally screwed up? Man, it just doesn't want to give a full wide angle zoom. Hold on. I don't know what's going on with this damn camera today. It just wants to keep zooming in, auto zooming on me. Stupid friggin' thing. So I got some breaking news for you. Energy and food prices both down on Saturday. I know there was a reflection of inflation today on this PPI, but I got news, folks. This market shrugged that off big time, and everything's going green now. The S&P 500's almost green. The Dow's almost green. The NASDAQ was green. So nothing's really in a state of turmoil. Everything's all right. Just a good reason for Yahoo to create a headline to scare people and get weak hands out of the market. That being said, we heard earlier news this week that the CPI move was actually 2.7% on the year over year, and we were expecting 2.8 for inflation. So that was good. And, of course, we heard Jerome Powell said he was fearful that tariffs, once they got in full force, would cause inflation to rise. But now the market sentiment, because they did not raise interest, and then the proof was shown that car prices just from Japan just dropped like a rock. Energy prices have gone down. Food prices stayed constant. And the only thing that went up was shelter, which is housing. And that's directly affected by interest rates controlled by you know who. And so the point was made to Jerome Powell, if you just give us the interest rate cut that everybody wants, then everything across the board would be better. Employment would be better. Energy cost down is better. Food has zeroed out and no more rising. And if you just would lower interest rates, then housing and shelter would also have the same positive effect. So what's the deal? Why are you holding back? And this congressman even mentioned to him that, you're just one individual and 12 others that were never elected to be making these decisions by the American people. So what gives here? Says it sounds to me like you just don't like tariffs, he said. Then he brought out a poster and he showed Powell that Well, since the tariffs have taken place, car prices from Japan have suddenly rocketed downward. And I mean big time. And he showed him on the chart. And I mean, that thing was whoa. The prices for cars going out in other parts of the country wasn't going down, but for the U.S., boom, it came way down. So all of you who've been wanting to buy a car, if you happen to like to buy Japanese-made vehicles like Honda or Toyota, then your cost for your car, your new car, you can thank Donald Trump for bringing the price down 20, 25%. I don't know how much it was. It looked majorly. It looked huge. I mean, I'm going to show you right now how much it's dropped. Car prices since the tariffs. How much car prices have dropped since the tariffs? Imported cars from Japan, who's just made a large commitment to start building in the United States as well. And I'll show you this picture right now, and you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. But before I do, I want this computer to show me what you guys are looking at. And you can see this. All right. So here's what I want to show you. Right up here. Right up here. Look at the price of cars coming into the United States from Japan. This is how much Japan passenger car export prices to North America showed a very sharp decline, folks. Look at that. That is massive drop. You can't argue that tariffs didn't take effect already in a positive way for Americans right there. And that's what he's trying to show this Powell, so he'll get off his ass and lower interest rates. And I read this to you guys yesterday. This guy says, and I'm going to read you this again today, folks, those of you that missed this yesterday. And he said, some of the people in here want to raise taxes on the American businesses. Every American has a job, he says. American has a job, but they're making minimum wage, he says. Yeah, it would matter, he says, it matters to does it matter to the Federal Reserve? He said it would matter to a country higher than inflation, by the way. Let the records, he says, let the records show that real wages are up this year. Real wages are up this year, he says. He said, we've helped control inflation, he said. Powell, he says, different kinds. And then this guy says, but let me ask you, there are different kinds of inflation, aren't there? There's different causes for inflation, he says. And he says, there's not witnesses to inflation. He says, are there not witnesses to inflation? I think this thing misinterpreted him. I think he said, there's key actors to inflation. Would you agree? And Colin Powell says, I mean, not Colin, but Jerome, says, sure, I would agree. He says, okay, so let's talk about actors. Did you comment during lockdowns that was a bad idea? Did you tell everybody that was a bad idea? Meaning that you're shutting down the entire economy? It's Kamihiri. It's on and then it's off. He says, wasn't it? It was on, the economy was on, and then it was off. He said, he said, can you hear me? It's on and off the country. So we just shut down the economy. And then, of course, the Powell says, of course not. He said, okay. He says, what about vaccine mandates? Something that my Democrat colleagues loved. He said, get the vaccine or you're in trouble. You get the vaccine or you're in trouble, he said, and you can't go to work. And he says, in fact, Joe Biden was overruled by the Supreme Court because he said that if you work in a company with more than 100 employees and you don't get employees and you don't get vaccinated, Joe Biden said the company has the ability to fire you, he says, fire you unless you prove that you are negative on COVID. He says that is obviously a supply chain shock, wouldn't you agree? He says, if I'm running an assembly line and I now have to put my people 6 feet apart from each other, he says, and people are quitting because they don't want to get the jab because it's experimental and they don't trust science yet. They'd rather trust real science rather than 1 month science. 1 month testing doesn't work for them, so they don't want the jab. They don't want to put themselves as guinea pigs out there, but you're going to make them be fired. I'm adding a little bit here. I'm putting a little sauce on it. But he says, or they're not coming to work, I have to fire them. That's a supply chain shock, is it not? He says, wouldn't you agree? And he goes, well, that's a medical thing. He goes, no. He says, but it's a supply chain, isn't it? He says, I'm not asking you to make a medical question. I'm not asking you a medical question. All right. He says, it's supply chain. It affects inflation. And then he says, way outside. He says, but he said, it affects inflation because supply and demand, right? He says, it didn't. He says, in fact, he says, are you saying, because Powell answers there that it didn't. He answers, it didn't. And so this congressman says, Mr. Moreno says, in fact, he says, wait, are you saying, are you saying that supply chain shocks don't affect inflation? Then he says, they do. And he says, so that's the clearly one. If you ban the export of liquid, and this is just one example, if you ban the export of liquid natural gas, which is going to cause the commodity price to go way up, wouldn't that supply shock not cause inflation? And then the guy says, potentially. So now he says, you guys love to talk about billionaire corporations and you know that you're going to tax them 100%. He says, if you're going to go away with getting them to pay higher taxes, right? Well, if you're going to do that, he says, who pays corporate taxes? Is it some obscure Wizard of Oz character? Is some obscure Wizard of Oz character behind a curtain paying the corporate taxes? Right? And he's asked him, who pays them? And then he says to him, who pays the corporate taxes? And he says, ultimately, it's shareholders and customers. Hello? Wow, you just figured that out. You want to tax all the big money-making businesses 100% as much, and you don't think they're going to hand that over to us, the American people? That kind of liability that you're throwing on them to pay 100% in taxes. Ultimately it's shareholders and customers. Yep, you're right. Yep, you tell me this is accurate or tax. Is it not? Is it right? Is it accurate on taxes? It's not possible to know in advance precisely how the costs will be shared for taxes. And he said, but it's highly likely that consumers are going to pay a meaningful share. Meaning, if my ranking member has her way let's just tax corporations at 100%, right? But that'd be fantastic, right? Nobody would want to start a company then. If you're going to make them pay 100% more in taxes, nobody would want to start a company then. So, but that aside, the cost would be added to the consumer, people. He says, what are you talking about now? He says, corporations goes up there. He says, if the taxes on corporations go up, they will share that burden with their customers, true or false. And he says, ultimately, yeah, so then taxes do raise inflation, he says. But you don't comment on true empirically, he says. He says, you don't comment on true empirically. He says, which I appreciate, and it says the Federal Reserve plays no role in commenting on trade policy, he says. But he says, do you think it affects inflation? He says, you don't comment on the demand pool, he said. But he said the demand pool he said, now that we should forgive student debt, why that person goes to Harvard that does get a gender studies major at Harvard, paying obscene amounts of money because professors are grossly overpaid there. Is that person better than a working class Ohio person who is a plumber but can't afford a car because the interest rates are too high and car prices have gone through the roof? Why is that? Forgive that person's car loan. Why don't we just, instead of forgiving student loans, forgive that person's car loan instead of forgiving their student loans? Right? But you don't comment on that. He says you don't comment on that. You comment on tariffs. So I'm just going to show you right now. He says, I don't comment on tariffs at all. Well, that's a flat out lie, because the last time I heard him speak, he said he was worried going forward that tariffs were going to have a very negative effect and raise inflation. So to say that he doesn't comment at all on tariffs is a bold-faced lie. Either that or he's just lost his memory, which many of them have because they don't have many good brain cells left. So either he doesn't remember that he just stood at a podium and told everyone that tariffs were the fear and why he wasn't raising interest, but he claims here, I don't comment on tariffs at all. So what is it, Powell? Which is it? Have you lost your mind partially and you don't remember what you're saying, or you're just lying to the American people? Yep, you've only been commenting, he says. You've only been, and then the congressman replies, you've only been commenting on the wisdom of Donald Trump and his lack of understanding tariffs. Well, he says, I got news for you. Look over here. So I'm going to show you a chart here. This car is car prices, he says. He says, I'm paying attention. He says, well, however, he says, this is car prices, he says. He says, come on, look at car prices. Car prices are majorly down. Car prices are down. Car prices are down. Inflation in America is down. We got elected by millions of voters to be in this chair that I'm sitting in, we congressmen, and you got elected by one person, and he doesn't even want you to be in that position anymore. You are costing us tons of money. You're costing the government $400 billion a year, refusing to lower interest rates. When inflation is down, car prices are dropping, energy prices have dropped, food has stabilized, you got the rate you wanted, you got the exact rate you wanted, you commented that you got the rate, inflation you wanted, and this is just ludicrous. He says no one in this chamber has the kind of power to do what you do, to have a $400 billion impact on this economy and our deficit. And I just think you should consider, he says, whether you're really looking at this from a fiscal lens or if you're looking at a political lens. Because a political lens, he says, because you just don't like tariffs. So I'm sharing this with you today on a day when SoFi's not moving around a lot really yet, and we don't need to be worried about it. But I just thought this is very important for you guys to get your head around that Powell has been proven here. And can you imagine him sitting in that chair and he saw the effects of Trump's tariffs making car prices drop like that? And he saw that food costs have flattened out, and he saw the energy costs have dropped, and he saw the only thing that's gone up is houses. And the only reason housing and shelter is because of the interest rates, folks. It's because of the interest rates. You can clearly see right here the economy. It says the CPI rise 2.7 in July, less than expected. The estimate was 2.8 in July, and it got 2.7. And it also says after the news came out, the Dow Jones went up 400 points. And then look here. Here is the July CPI report. Energy down 1.1%. Huh. I wonder if that has anything to do with drill, baby, drill. I wonder if the Saudis and all the Arabs said, shit, we got to lower the price because they're going to start pumping oil out of the ground. We got to bring the prices down. Man, we're in trouble if he does that. Food. And folks, if that guy, the congressman just said American wages are up this year. So if food stays zero and American wages are up, that's good. But shelter here costing more. That's because nobody's wanting to build a house yet. They're all waiting to build and pull their permits and start new house startups and contracts to start building homes, but they're holding off for the lower interest rates. And you're the only one and the only reason, Powell, and your little 12 shut behind the closed doors, secret room monitors of gone up. If you guys had already lowered the interest rate, that number would probably be the same as energy or even higher for our how well we've improved. So come on, what gives, Powell? I say we get rid of that whole clan of 12 people that were never elected into office running our monetary system. How did they ever get there in the first place? Let's just get rid of them. That's what I say. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Right here, Donald Trump says, Jerome Too Late Powell must now lower rates. Steve Mnuchin really gave me a beauty when he pushed this loser, when he pushed this loser. He said, this Steve Mnuchin really gave me a beauty, he said, when he pushed this loser. The damage he has done being always too late is incalculable. Fortunately, the economy is so good that we've blown through Powell and the complacent board. I am though considering allowing a major lawsuit against Powell to proceed because of the horrible and grossly incompetent job he has done in managing the construction of the Fed buildings. $3 billion for a job that should have been around $50 million fix up is not good. But he doesn't care how much he spends of our taxpayers' money on that palace they're building there. But folks, there's car prices, and they have dropped coming in from Japan. Take note that the red line here says other destination countries. Other destinations. Well, Japan hasn't lowered the price for other countries. It's just here, the destinations to the United States. So the car prices have gone from an average of, I guess, 107,000 to 100,000 to 95,000 to 90,000 to 85. What is that? What is going on there? I'm not sure what these numbers are over here. But wow. Passenger car prices coming from Japan. Boom. All right. Yikes, dude. You can't even read a frap GG graph. Hey, keep rocking. Are you a musician? Are you a musician? Because you know you're talking to, with a name like that maybe you are, and you're talking to a fellow musician. So why don't you just think about what you're saying to someone you don't know who's been making people gains during the last year that are incredible on this channel. Because you've never been here before and you don't know anything about the history of this channel and the incredible gains that people here have made. So before you come in here and you start throwing your weight around, let me show you some numbers of the people on this channel that are 20,000 plus that have now made 34% on that stock and got out, 35% on that one, 38% on that one, 40% on that one, 41% on that one, 60% on that one, 76% on that one, 32% on that one, 24% on that one, 40% on that one, 50% on that one, 50% on that one, 40% on that one. So if you want to just stick around, you maybe can learn how you could buy a stock and make 100% in one day, or 172 or 100, all in one day on August the 1st last year. That's why I have almost 21,000 subscribers on this channel. I'm not sitting here just shooting shit, folks. I make people make big money on this channel, and you can either join with them or you can sit there and be a dumbass, and you can say stupid things. But you ought to remember, Confucius say, better to keep one's mouth shut and make people think you're stupid than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Damn. Yeah. And so keep on rocking. I just want to say to you, why don't you just keep on moving on down the road and go somewhere else? Because you obviously don't want to learn how to make money in the stock market. You're just here to belittle me. And if you call me a name, you won't be here for another half a second, I can promise you. The reason I also asked you if you're a musician is because I am. And you can see here on my original songs list, I have 125 original songs. How many do you have? These are all songs with videos too, my friend. And you're cutting down, I think, with a name like Rockin' or whatever you got. Why don't you just chill out, man? Okay? And I want you to know these aren't just acoustic guitar songs that I've got. Some of them are, but a lot of them are full-blown videos and full-blown productions in studios that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. So you don't know what you're doing here, and you have no idea who you're dealing with. So why don't you just move along? Go. Nobody asked you to come here, and nobody is going to confine you into staying here. You're quite free to move along about the cabin and move anywhere you want. Yep, and he's gone. Yo, I'm a profitable trader, but Luminar, yeah. Damn, Catfish, keep on rocking is David Chiaverini. I'm trolling you. All right, let's do it, man. And we are going to, while we sing this song, before we sing the song, we're going to come over here and show you this guy is on this channel because I keep showing everybody this chart right here. And he doesn't want you to know that there's no way the price is going to stop now, because it never has stopped in this price right here before. It never has, going back 4 years ago, and with absolutely no volume on the stock, it blew through this price range. So how in the hell do you think the price is going to stay now at this price right here with this kind of volume when before it didn't have any volume at all? So I got news for you. If you don't know anything about volume and how it affects stock price, you better pay some serious attention here, because there was no volume on this stock when it was stifled right here at this price 2 times. There was no volume on it when it was stifled 2 times at this price where we are now. It won't be stifled now because look at the volume on it. Do you not understand? Can't you see? Look over here. The price was right where we are here with no volume, and it couldn't stay there with no volume. You think it's going to stay right here now with all this volume? You'd be out of your mind to think that. You're a moron if you think that, and you're short-sighted if you don't understand what's about to happen. This was no volume, and it got stifled at that price right there once and twice. And now it runs up here, and they take it back to a line where it was stopped twice as resistance to the high. You don't think this is going to be resistance to a drop now, where we are now? If this was 4 years ago, resistance to the high once and twice, don't you think that now when it got pulled down just now, it's going to stop there and go right on up? Of course it is. Because over here, when it was there, it went all the way to there with no volume on it at all. No volume at all. So if you think it's going to stop here now with this kind of wave of momentum and volume, you'd be very, very naive. I'd say that. And the problem for you, if you're shorting this stock, is that I keep showing this to 7, 8, 9,000 people a day. And they look at this and they go, God dang, he's right. And so they buy the thing, see? They buy it. And they're not the only ones, not just individuals that are on this channel. Institutions, in case you didn't know, have been buying like mad lately. And you better pay attention to them coming in. And I'll show you right now on this piece of paper so you can get educated. On the 31st, this company, which is Sumitomo, just increased their portfolio by 102%. And they already owned 57 million shares. But they increased their portfolio by 102. Also on the 31st, ARK Investments, this is Kathy Wood, increased her portfolio from 4,424,000, 242%. This institution here, Motley Fool, just increased their portfolio by 51%. This institution, Simplex, just increased its portfolio 108%. This one increased its portfolio, the State of Michigan Retirement Systems, by 56%. This one here increased its portfolio by 52%. This Mitsubishi, who owns 4,879,000 shares of SoFi, increased its position by 76%. Listen, dude, if you don't know how to follow the money, when Vanguard Group, who owns 100 million shares of SoFi already, increases their portfolio by 57% 2 days ago, you are, whoa. Citigroup buying in, increasing their position by 52%. Citigroup, another entity that owns 3 million shares, increasing by 75% here where they own 700, 600. Folks, you can't fight these kind of institutions buying up shares on every drop. And it's not just them buying yesterday, and they're buying the shit out of it today. You can clearly see this. If you look down here, they're buying the hell out of it. Look down here at their portfolio increases today. Look at their portfolio increases today. Today, 88% up. 66% up, 56% up, 56 increase, 74% up, 36% up, 18% up, 100% up. Holy shit, 56%. This is just today, folks. 59% increase, 71% increase, and the price is down 4%, and they're buying the shit out of it. 35% increase, 2%, 159% increase. This is all today, folks. This is all happening yesterday and today. Look at the dates. Look at all the banks coming in here. Capital Fund Management, Invesco. Folks, do you know who that is? Do you know who that is? Let me tell you who Invesco is right here. And they just bought and increased their portfolio by 159%. I'll tell you who Invesco is right now. Oh, look at this. KBW Bank. This is Timothy Schwitzer's clan. KBW Bank. This is Timothy Schwitzer's clan buying in. This is Timothy Schwitzer's clan. He's got a $13 sell on SoFi, and they're buying into SoFi now. It should be illegal, folks. It should be freaking illegal. It should be illegal. This guy right here, Timothy, I'm going to put SoFi, Timothy Switzer. Oh, God. Downgrade. Look, folks, this is who he's with. Timothy Switzer. Timothy Switzer of KBW. Keefe, Brunette, and Woods. Schwitzer right there. Keefe, Brunette, and Woods. It's KBW, folks. Here it is, January the 4th. KBW downgrades SoFi. Timothy Switzer. KBW downgrades the stock. And down here, oh my gosh. I think his last downgrade didn't even show up on the charts, folks. Nobody even posted it. I'm going to go over here and take a look right now and see. We're going to go to analysis. SoFi just keeps rising, folks. Keeps rising. Probably end up green. KBW right here. Underperformed to underperform on the 5th, on August the 5th. There he is right there. Price target, $14. KBW has a price target of 14, and instead they're buying the stock at how much price? Invesco on the 13th. On the 13th, SoFi's price on the 13th was, got a $14 price on it. Got a $14 price, and on the 13th, they bought it at $24.18 minimum and $23.09. It was $23.09 minimum when they bought it. And they have a $14 analyst target price. See, this is the way they operate, folks. This is just so standard for these analysts to downgrade a stock and then their company step in and buy a shitload of shares, $10 more. It's been done by Morgan Stanley. It's been done by them all. It's been done by every one of them. They continue to go on about doing it. It's been done by Goldman Sachs. It's been done by Morgan Stanley. It's been done by KBW. All of these people, they downgrade and buy. They downgrade and accumulate. Yep, that's right. Cost average down if you have the money. Another 1,000 in. Let's go. I like buying here. All these freaking clowns here with these downgrades. I mean, and these freaking, look at these morons. Folks, listen, I have to ask you a question. I have to ask this question. How can anyone claim that a stock is worth $12 or $13 when it's at 24? Look at this, underperform. Who's that? KBW, Invesco, that just bought SoFi stock at 24 plus per share. Who's this over here with their downgrade? 13. Who's this? Morgan Stanley. Let's go see how many shares of SoFi Morgan Stanley currently has in their little coffers. I'm going to hit Control F, and then up here on the top right of the screen pops up this little window, and then I can put in Morgan. And there they are. JP Morgan Chase. Look at this. On just the 12th, you're talking 2 days ago, JP Morgan Chase steps up with their 4,769,000 shares, and they increased their portfolio by 73%. JP Morgan Chase. Now, the cool thing about what I did with that Control F is once you put in that there, you can click this button, it'll jump to everywhere it is on the screen, on the document. So let me just do something here. So right here, hold on. Yeah, that's right. 812 JP Morgan Chase increased their portfolio by 73.62%. And then over here on June the 24th, JP Morgan Carbon Transition. I don't know what that is. Anyway, well, folks, who's going to listen to an analyst from Denver? He doesn't have enough oxygen up there in the Mile High City. You guys want to see something cool? Look, we've got another long institution just came in. We just jumped up to 1,029 now. And that is looks like a short just took up, or short and long. We've now jumped up to 586,792. Holy crap, folks. Somebody just made a big buy there, or institutions are buying. I want you to come over here now, and I want you to see what I'm doing here. That is big, folks. They're not monkeying around. They're not monkeying around here, folks. They're not monkeying around. So I'm going to show you that earlier today, there was 1,025 institutions, and they increased their portfolios today by 15 million shares. Then later, about an hour ago, there was 1,028, and they had increased another 4 million from 576 to 581. And now, folks, we're going to 1,029. And we're going to come over here and change this to 813. And they are now 972 long. And 36 has changed. No, that's not 36. It was 26. 26. And that is still 26 and 31 long and short. They just changed it to 31. Somebody got out that was long and short. And this is still 26 here. Now, but the volume, folks, the number of volume has now changed to 586, 792, 692. 586, 792, 692. So, folks, look at this now. Look right here. Take a look at this volume increase. Let's get out a calculator. 586, 792, 692 minus 581, 064, 724 equals 5 million more, 5,727,000. 5,727,968. And that is a green number, folks. And now institutional ownership has jumped up to 49%. 49%. Nice. Whoa! Folks, look at that. We've gone from 46 to 47 to 48 to 49. Oh, my goodness. Man, oh, man. Piling in. So what's the total shares bought by institutions today right now? What's the total shares bought by institutions today? Unbelievable. This is all on the 13th. So we've got 15,259,270 plus 4,951,615 plus 5,727,968 plus. Folks, that's 25 million shares going from longs, from shorts to longs. That's 25 million shares sold from people artificially trying to run it down and going into the hands of long institutional shareholders. And that'll be 25 million more shares tomorrow that won't be available to short this stock with. And folks, it's not going to stop. They're piling in now. They're piling in now, folks. Let's go look at the SoFi chart right now. Let me refresh the screen. And I tried to clear off this screen earlier a little bit, and oh shit, she's going. She's gone. There's no more holding it down, folks. It's just out of here. It's just completely unstoppable. You know what? They should have known they were in trouble when they could not contain it at $6.41, which they tried so repeatedly to do. So let me get this off here a little bit better, off the screen here, so we can see just a little bit better here. Well, I already told you guys earlier that once this price breaks this resistance point right here, that it's most likely going to break this point. And once it breaks that, I see no reason, since it went that fast to there and that fast down, that it won't go that fast off that line back up. Adios, amigos. 254. Folks, they started today. They started accumulating today at an unusual time, and that was 2:15. Today, they started accumulating, and ding dong, the shorts went long right there. At 2:15, this price was at 2:15, and it hit 23. Oh my gosh, would you look at the price that hit right there at 2:15? Oh, wow. Look where it hit. It's almost the 2308. 2308, folks, is that number, that magical number, the '08. And there you go, Savannah. Once again, I prove that they love to accumulate it, the '08 number. Look how they drove it down here from this price. And I wouldn't doubt it if this isn't the 33 right here or 13. 26, that's a very unusual number to attack from. It was probably 30. It actually probably tapped on 30 for just a moment. I don't know, maybe not. But wow, they fell it 20 cents after that, a 20-cent drop. And you might want to look at this drop here because it was from here to how much? 2306, which would be right there at 2308, basically. And I tell you to sell 2306, 7, and 8. And they ran it down to what? 2306, and they ran it down to 2277. 30-cent drop. 30-cent drop, and now 20-cent drop. 30-cent drop and a 20-cent drop, and then off she popped, folks. And notice the number that they're trying now to accumulate on, 2231 and 2333. Institutions hoarding. Oh, this damn thing once again says it's trying to verify I'm a freaking human. Man, I got to know something here. And before I find this out, I'm going to try this. Hey, look at BTAI. They tried one more chance to get it below 5 for a brief moment. Look at that. See that? And they probably took it down to the low of the day just then. And that was what? 473? 473? That's not one of their numbers. That's nothing there. They might have wanted to get some 477 buys in and accumulate there for a while. 485, huh? Well, they sure accumulated at 488 then, didn't they? Yeah, oh yeah, they accumulated at 488 right there. They got all they killed. Accumulated and filled their plate at 488, folks. Filled it up there at 488. See what I mean by that number, Savannah? See? See that number, 488, how they just built in position there and then up, right on up. Probably went up here to 508. 504. They stopped it at 504 even. It was probably 508 or 507. It probably really was 507 or 508, not 504. See, 507. I tell you, they stopped it at 507. And then they brought it back down because this is what they do. This is what they do. All right, let's get back over here and take a look at NVTS. Nope, still not making a run. And I want to come up and here and put in what is it? ATNP. ATNP. No, ATNF. ATNF. Man, oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, if that is not the term accumulation, I don't know what is. And look at their number that they're on, 708. They have been constantly buying all afternoon at 7:08. Oh my gosh. I guarantee you that was the number where they've been accumulating like mad. 7:08, folks. 7:08. And they really just accumulated right on the $7 line for as long as they could, folks. Just look at that. Right on $7, trying to just steal away stupid shares. Steal, steal, steal. And now she's running, folks. And this is going to be ATNF. It is 3 o'clock. Watch for the power hour on ATNF. SoFi, meanwhile, still climbing and could not stop at 23.33. Folks, I want you to start selling if you got in down here at this low. I want you, if you bought in today, and I want to know right now, because the price was $22.75. I want to do a poll here. Did you buy SoFi stock with me, T? Did you purchase SoFi stock today? Come on. And I see a lot of people bought BTAI at 538. So we're down 40 cents right now on that. And that was at 2:20 p.m. Where are we now? Trying to kill it down right at 3. The number they just reached. Oh my gosh. Look at the number. Look at the number, folks. 466. 466, folks. Can you believe that they would run this thing down to a number 466 a share? 466, folks. BTAI, they just ran down for the low of the day to 466 a share. Can you believe they would actually do that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to get to 466? Does anyone think they would do that on purpose? To run the price down all damn day to get to the number 466. Does anyone think that that's by design by any chance? Huh? Listen, I'm talking to you, Savannah, in particular here. You think that right there, that number that they got to right there by manipulation and fleecing and borrowing shares and selling, you don't think that they got to that number right there, 466, by design, by manipulated, by planning it, folks? They didn't just do it, they planned it, and then they worked their plan exactly to get a 466 buy on this stock today. And you will now see that it'll just sit here, no chance to make it go any lower, because guess what? They don't want anyone to get out any lower. They don't want to scare you all out anymore. They can't rip you off if you throw up your hands in disgust and walk away. That's why it's not going to fall anymore. They've designed this number to accumulate at, and now it's gone. And look at that number, 16,36666. 16,36666. So I got news for you. I'm right about these numbers they manipulate too, ladies and gentlemen. I'm 100% right. Yes, Neil says you're right. Exactly. It's by design, folks. It's designed. It's structured. It's coordinated. It's executed, folks. They execute the plan. They execute this, folks. This is all an executed move, designed, pre-planned, and then executed. Game Square might try to do a run up to $1.50, says World Free Speech. FOXO just got delisted from the NASDAQ, begins trading on OTC. Oh, wow. Thanks, Gary. That's good to know. BM Simillion, hey there. Welcome, welcome. Yep, pay for views. Robbery, yep. And look at it now. Hey, listen, look at them trying, even though it just hit 469, see the number they dropped it back to? Why just that number? Why don't you bring it all the way down to 450 right now? Why that number specifically are you trying so hard for now? Why? Now it's back up to 468, and it'll go 469, and then 470, and then, oh, mysteriously, it's back to 466 again. Huh. But not a penny below, folks. Not a fraction of a penny below it, but 466. Folks, I'm telling you, man, it is all by design. And when you see it like that, you have to go, well, gosh dang, didn't they prove once again that market manipulation absolutely is true 100%? It's not a coincidence, folks. The numbers are not coincidental. And also, at these numbers that you keep seeing the fill orders at, watch them. They know they've calculated out to get this number 16.6666. They calculated out. Watch. You're going to see 16.3666. Calculated. Just keep your eyes on it. There it is, 16.63636. See that? They like to play with these numbers and figure out where they can put in the numbers exactly to get exact numbers that they want, folks. This is how market makers work. Look at this number right here that you're going to see. And interestingly enough, no desire really to take it any lower at all. They're just content to sit here at this price. Look at that. See there? 166369. 1668. 166. 308 in the afternoon, folks. 466 price. Yes, it's part of a very important humiliation ritual. Yes, it is. That is right. Humiliate you. But isn't it cool to realize what they're doing and understand it and know and then realize these patterns and then take advantage of them? We can absolutely do it. We have done it many times. You guys know we've bought on the 66 before and we've sold at the 20. How many times have we bought at the 66 or the 88 and sold at the 20? I mean, at least 100 times on this channel have we bought at 466 and sold at 520, just to give you an example, the 20. I mean, at least 100 times. By the way, Neil Weston, that is not the number of the beast. It is 616. I know you're close. It is 616. And those numbers represent the ruler of the time that his name was Caligula, and it's gematria. The writers were writing the text, and they could attack their enemies without getting their heads cut off or hung up on a cross by using gematria to represent the name. So 616 is actually the number. Yep. The mark of the devil. And it's really not the mark of the devil. It was the gematria meaning for the name Caligula. So it really isn't the mark of the devil in any way. It's just a number that they used. And now let me tell you right now, folks, look at these numbers here. Look what's going on here. 46116, 46116, 462, 464. So is that the number that they wanted? The 46116? Is that something that meant something to them, or did they have a bet for that? Did they have a wager that they could get it down to 46116? 616? Is that it? 46333 now? 46301? No, folks, listen. Let me explain what they're doing. They know that they've got a goal to close the price at 466. So if they buffer down before the close and they're going to see a rush of volume come in, they can hopefully load in 466 sell orders and hold it there at the close. So they'll buffer down. And someone was mentioning yesterday that SoFi was going to drop at the close. I said, no, it's not. I said, if it was going to, they would have already buffered down for that. But they didn't buffer down for it. They just were sitting there. I said, no, it won't. It's going to climb into the close. And it did. It did. So, but what a coincidence that they would take this down to the number 466, folks. And again, the only reason, in my opinion, it's now at 464 is to try to buffer the close so that as we get closer to 4, they can load in a bunch of sell orders at 466. Because they're no dummies. They know that when they've manipulated a price that there will be some savvy people that will come in and buy on the low, buy the dip. And they know that's going to happen at the end of the day. And they also know that the savviest ones don't show their cards until the last couple of minutes. So they try to run it down now and then buffer for the 466 at the close. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You'll witness it. You'll witness it. But I don't believe there's any way this thing's going to close at 466. I see a close of 488 today. I see that, and then in the after hours, the thing may go back up over $5 because it's been manipulated all day long, folks. This stock has been manipulated for the purpose of reaching this price today. And they just got it, 466. And look at that. They have just loaded it up now. And look at the time, 3:13, folks. Notice how at 3:13 that it stopped being held at 466 at 3:13. You think I'm kidding? The time now, ladies and gentlemen, is 3:13 when they finally decided to stop monkeying around with it at 466. At 3:13, folks, and you think that's coincidence, I'll call you out on that and say, no, it isn't. It isn't coincidence. It's timed. It's timed. And look right there, after 3:13 p.m., look at it go. After 3:13, coincidentally. That's right, Neil Weston. 3:13 is 13 hours. Oh, 488. Yes, sir. Look at it go now. Oh, look at her rise. Look at her climb now. Oh, come on. You can't hold 466, you chump change. It already ran over that. If you were going to hold a 466 close, you should have already run this thing down to 455. If you thought you were going to hold a 466 close, this price should already be at 455 right now. You better get it down there. You better get it down there before quarter till. It better be at 455 before, or you're screwed. There you go. NVTS 713 at 3:13 in the afternoon. Yes, indeed. Of course. What a surprise. This stock today is going to close at 477 or 488 a share. It surely is not going to close at 466 because, well, that's just not going to happen. If it was going to close 466, they'd have to have it down to 455 right now. See, there she goes. She's out of here. Folks, BTAI is a stock you might want to pick some up right now. BTAI. This is a stock you ought to grab right now. Hey, thank you, Emmanuel Thompson. Hey, Kat, tell Savannah I bought 5,200 shares of SoFi at $22.77. Yeah! Well, folks, I already told you this stock wasn't going to stop at $4.66 today, because if that was their intent, they would have already drove it down right now to $4.55 a share. So watch it. How high will it go? Who knows now? Just watch it go, folks. Watch it rise. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Did you buy SoFi stock earlier with me at $22.77 range? 56% said yes. Yes. 56% of my viewers said yes. Gosh, dang, I love that, guys. That makes me feel good for you. Congratulations. You people are getting smart, aren't you? You people are getting smart. And look at it now at $23.33 a share. And by the way, there won't be any 477 close either on this stock, as you can see. The close is going to be what I said, 488 or 5 or 513 or something like that. And the damn thing could go all the way to $7 right now in the next 30 minutes. It could, folks, and we've seen it. Look at them coming in, folks. Holy crap, BTAI. All right, I'm going to get over here right now to my Thinkorswim. I want to congratulate all of you guys who are here with me today and have been with me all day long. I would like to see right now if we've gone over 20,900 subscribers. Oh, yeah. All right. 20,906 subscribers now. Yeah. And we're headed for 21,000, folks. We're headed for 21,000. Nice. Nice. All right. Get back over here to this screen now. And as I said, I want to try to log on to Thinkorswim. And hey there, Long Hustle. Is Savannah a hunter or something? I don't know. No, she's not a hater. What happened was, just so you guys know, I'll turn on the light here for a second. She's not a hater. She's not a hater at all. But what she did was she came in here into the cat 2 days ago, into the tank, and she was watching me for a very short period of only about 5 minutes or so. And I was mentioning that the number 66 was a good place to buy because market manipulators like to reach that number. And I also said they have another favorite number of 88. They also like 55. And when I was saying this, she said, you're just looking for those numbers, she said. The only reason that they mean anything is because you're looking for them, she said. They don't mean anything. Well, I think she's figured out now that they do. Because I keep showing it to her over and over. Look where they stopped it at 88 here, Savannah, and look down here where they stopped it at 66, and then it went up. And then, hey, look where they're sitting right now, 88 cents, Savannah. Hey, look, Savannah, they've been here for 3 hours at $2.08 a share on this stock. And, so these numbers, I know what I'm talking about, but she had come in and said I was just, I was a Looney Tune, that I was making this up because I was looking for the numbers. Innocent to Dome. Hello there. Long Hustle, me, Mark. Dutch Daddy Pascal. Bon après-midi. Oui, 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 mon ami. Bon après-midi. Ah, oui. Ah, merci beaucoup que vous êtes ici avec moi aujourd'hui. Cet après-midi, ça c'est très belle. And just give me a second while I log in here. Yes, I do have some recommendations for some stock tomorrow. The stocks that I want you to take a look at tomorrow are going to be, for sure, XPON, which was up 250% today and is now only a little bit up 150%, I think. So we're going to be watching XPON. Give me a minute here. I got to get this code off my phone that I just got for Thinkorswim. I'll be right back. You're going to see an arrow that's spinning like I got disconnected, and I want you to hold off because I'll be right back. I'll be back in about 10 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. And I want to get logged in here because I want to start making a move on some of this BTAI, I think. And right now I can see BTAI is at 518. Is that right? 488. 488, folks. And listen, my guess is if you buy this BTAI here at 488, that you're going to sell it at $5.20 tomorrow. It's at 488, folks. 488. And I already told you that was going to be where they tried to close it out. So I asked just now, did you buy SoFi stock earlier with me? And by the way, folks, take a look right here, please, at this chart for AT&F. Please look at AT&F right now, folks. AT&F. AT&F, the sleeping bear. The double butt nut right there. AT&F. Folks, AT&F is on the move. AT&F. And I'm going to sell some at 766. Wait a minute, not AT&F. I only have, I have 40 shares of that? Holy cow, man, I must have sold all the shares of that at the high. My orders must have filled all the way up here in the 8s, folks. Golly, I guess I sold them all up here, 804, 805, 678. They must have all sold. They're not there anymore. And I've only got 40 shares left. Wow. Huh. Well, what do you know? That's amazing. AT&F is taking off, though, folks. Now 751, 752. Let me go over here to monitor my positions here for a second. And BTAI is starting to move too, folks. Man, I tell you what, Wood Knuckles Cove, this daggum, this BTAI has just wiped me out, man. I'm $9,244 down on this stock, Wood Knuckles Cove. My account has gone from almost $20,000 to $9,000 now because of this one stock. Yep. That's the way these crazy stocks that I picked. Yep. Jeez. Man, this is the biggest loss I've taken on a stock in a long time. That's for sure. BTAI. Anyway, I can tell you right now that I've taken hits like this before, though. I've even taken larger hits. There's no question about it. But I'm pretty bummed out that I had gone from 10,000 in my account to almost 20,000, and now I'm down to 8,000 in this account. I'm pretty bummed because of this stock about it. So I'm going to sell it now. I'm going to get out. I'm going to move it to something that runs tomorrow. So I'm going to get out of this stock right now. And sorry, folks, but I'm going to move this over to a runner tomorrow. I'm done. And this is going to be BTAI. And I'm probably going to move it over to this one instead. And I'm down $9,200 on this stock today alone. God dang, man. Wow. Yeah, I know it. I'm just mad at myself because I made a poor decision to keep trying to dollar cost average down, and they just kept hemorrhaging this thing. And tomorrow, but this is the kind of manipulation that often happens before you see huge spikes, because for some reason they really just want to just eke everyone out very slowly, and they know that's the best way to bleed them out, slow bleed them out. And then all of a sudden they can just turn into it, and they go and it runs and it just blasts off. But that being said, nothing in the market, in case you're aware of this and not aware of this, every single market index has just gone green, but the Russell. The S&P 500 has just gone green. The Dow has just turned green. The NASDAQ is now green. The Russell is the only one down 4.29% today. Well, folks, there's two strategies here at this stage of the game. You either sit around here and hope this thing goes up, or you move it over to something that you know is going up. So I'm out of here. Goodbye to BTAI. It was nice knowing you. And I don't want to just sell 40 shares at a time either. I can tell you that right now. I'm getting the hell out of this thing. Lost $3,000 on this stock today. I'm using a platform called Charles Schwab's Think or Swim. Man, I sure am glad I'm getting out of this tanking thing. Okay, I'm out. I got $7,500 to catch a runner and double my money on tomorrow. No, I do not worry about the wash sale rule. Don't give a damn about it one bit. Don't care. Doesn't matter to me at all. I don't care if I can't write it off. It doesn't mean a freaking thing to me. All right, so I'm out of this thing, 332. I'm completely out. I own 4 shares now. I'm going to go over to my monitor here, and I'm going to go over here and look for something that's up today. OPEN, folks, is now, OPEN is looking good, up 23% today. And SGN is up 16% today. OPEN looking good. BMNR, but only if Bitcoin rips. Okay. Haha, the inn at Wood Knuckles Cove, XPON halted on a drop. Well, folks, now we just start climbing the hill again. back to $20,000 by next weekend. We just got to know which ones to get in on when they're running, folks. And man, that was brutal. That BTAI was, I haven't taken a beating like that in a while, man. It's been a long, long time since I took a hit like that. That's for sure. Daniel, I'm out completely. It's trash. That thing is history, man. Don't waste your time and money on it. It's a shit company for one thing. All they keep doing is doing reverse splits to make money. I was just trying to catch them on a run. You know, they got pumped and dumped though, is what they did. Somebody that company. If you look at BTAI over the long term, this company sucks. Okay. Just look at the 1 year. Look at the 1 year chart. Down, 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 down. Reverse split, reverse split, reverse split, reverse split, reverse split, reverse split. Spikes up there one day and then rape me. It's a shit company, folks. Don't waste your money on it. It's a shit. Hell, I have no idea what I just did there. Ridiggity says, I'm going to short DGXX on earnings today. Yeah, I'm glad I got out too. I mean, look where I was getting out too at 477, and now it's down to 472. This thing is probably going to go all the way back down to where it used to be in a dollar range. So I'm out of it, man. That was a bad mistake, but we make mistakes sometimes, and we learn from our mistakes. Cat, look at AIMD for tomorrow. Up 11%, was up 2% all day. All right. What's it called? Yeah, I know. AIMD. Okay. In. All right. AIMD. Let's go look at it. Traded it from 330, of course, the low, 329, but 330 would have been a great place to buy. And 374. So a 44-cent move today. 45-cent move. All right. Thanks for the call out on that. And XPON has been halted, huh? I see it over here on my other screen. All right. Thanks for telling me about this one. I'll watch it tomorrow. AIMD. And I don't want to hold 4 more shares of this. I want all of it gone. I don't want any memories of this stock in my memory at all. None. And I'm out of it now completely. 4 more shares out of here. Well, I wonder how I can get this damn thing off my screen that I don't want to look at. There's a very bad memory on that stock. Move to group, add group, losers group, loser group. There you go. Bye-bye. You're moved to the loser group. Oh my gosh. I didn't want to do that either, folks. I don't want it on my page at all. I just don't want it there. Delete would be the word I'm looking for here. Delete. Add, reset, adjust, move to group, market, trade grid, more info. How about delete? Add, reset. Anybody want to help me out here? How do I delete this off here? Hey, Michael, hey, you have a good one, my friend. No, I sold all the shares. I sold every share. I got none. I sold the last 4 just now. I wanted to get rid of it. Ah, there it is. It's gone. Yay. It's up there in the loser position. Yay. Man, this XPON is getting slaughtered, folks. This thing was up 250% today. This thing was up 200, and I told you there could be a massive sell-off. People be afraid of losing their gains. And I told you there could be a massive sell-off on this by the end of the day because of people afraid to lose their profits. And I said, when it was up 130, I said, folks, that's still going to get dropped. People are going to get afraid. They're going to lose everything. So don't you touch this thing. Man, what a spanking, though, today. Jeez, oh, Pete. I hope tomorrow's a better day, folks. I really do. We need to see a return. And of course, they've got BTAI down to 466. There you go, Savannah. 466 for you. Well, you know what, folks? I am just going to make the decision right here and now to start buying at least a couple hundred shares of SoFi here. And the reason that I want to do that is because, number one, I like to buy around 231. So I'm going to return to order here. And we're going to come down here and we're going to put in 20 share, or we might as well do 20, yeah. And listen, folks, the reason that I'm making this decision now is because of what I just showed you right here, okay? The reason I'm making this decision now is because of what I just showed you right here. Because of all of these institutions that are now increasing their positions, and all the shorts are getting out 100%. And they're increasing their positions by 416, 358, 358%, 556%, 100%, 129, 64, 133, by 6,000%, by 11%, by 782% today, by 308%, by 242. So you know what? I'm going to do what smart people do. I'm buying this damn stock right now. Screw it. I'm buying in right now, buying right now. I just bought right there. I'm coming in again. I just bought there. And I'm going to just keep buying this, folks. And I just bought, I'm going to buy with all these institutions that came in today. I'm just going to sit here and freaking buy. right along with all these institutions that bought in. I'm coming in with them. And I'm going to try to buy 2331, 2332, try and buy 2333, try and buy 2334. And I'm going to come in here with all these institutions. I'm coming in with all of them, folks. I'm coming in with them, folks. And this sucker's going to fly tomorrow. Or if not, in the days to come, they sure will. Sixty 62% of the volume today traded in dark pool. That wouldn't surprise me. That's the way institutions operate, folks. This is the way they operate. And the price is now rising. Does not surprise me one little freaking bit that it's doing that. Folks, I think institutions are going to start coming in here right now in a big way. I'm going to look at the chart right now on this. SoFi. And I like what I see there. Triple upside crossover right there. Triple upside crossover right there, folks. Right there on the day's chart. 1 day, 1 minute, triple upside crossover occurred right there. And look how they tried to stop it. Look how they tried so hard to stop that. And here she goes. She's leaving the station, folks. Come on, let me pick up this. Look at me. Let me get these shares. Let me get these shares. And they won't let me have them. They won't let me have them. They're not going to let me buy them there, those bastards. They didn't let them fill for me. I was there ready to get it, and they wouldn't let it fill. I just bought 2337. Confirm that. There it goes, folks. I just bought 2340. Just bought 2340. I got 100 shares there. And there she goes. She's out of here. I told you we might see a surge here coming into the close. There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. 2338. I appreciate it. And we got 9 minutes till the bell rings. They're sitting at my dollar cost average, and they just rose above it. Nice. Here they come in, folks. Here's a SoFi chart right now, folks. Well, that's a friggin' thing of beauty right there, folks. That is a way to end the day right there. Look at that thing go. Look at SoFi rocketing now. Look at that 5-day, leave the 10-day. Look at the 45 separating from the 50. Look at that damn 200-day just rising all afternoon. Screw it. Folks, this is where I'm staying, man. You guys keep mentioning all these other high-running, falutin' things that are volatile and kill you. This is where you need to stay, folks. Stay in the security of SoFi. Don't screw around with these ends calls that are going to get you reamed up the ass like I took today. All right? Don't do it. Stick with what you know, man. SoFi is where we're going to make all the money, people. They'll run it down. They'll dump 10 million. We'll buy the lows each day, and we'll just make money every freaking day off this stock. I've had it with these calls and these stocks that are too volatile and don't have any real momentum behind them. They're fake shit. Fake. I have faith in the stock that I've been telling everybody to buy since it was $4 a share. Wow, look at this XPON now. Was up 250% today, folks. This stock was up 250% today. Man, just think of the loss by those people that came in when it was up 250%. God. Shorty going to try to splash the close on this today? $233, folks. Get yourself some. Get yourself some $233 where they're going to try to close this today. And there it is. I just bought it there. I'm going to buy it again. $233, folks. $23.33 is where they're going to try to close this stock out today. And if not there, that number there, $23.31, folks. $23.31 will be just as good for them. $23.33 or 31 is what they're aiming for here. And there it is, $23.31. And we got 5 minutes left. They're going to go for a 23.31 or 23.33 close. One of these two numbers is what they're aiming for here. Well, it could be worse for me. I could have listened to, and by the way, I'm going to give you two examples of something here so you can understand. You guys see that this look here. This stock was called out by the same person that called out the one I lost $9,000 on today. This stock, XPON, which was up 250% today, was called out by the same individual that I lost $9,000 on. Folks, we're going to have to watch out for this guy's calls, okay? Because they can wipe you out, folks. All right? This guy's called it out now. He called it out today when it was up 235 and 250%, and now it's up 50%. That is not a stock you want to be buying, not one he chooses, folks. He's doing the opposite of what we need to do. He's suggesting these stocks when they're on the high of the day. We got to get these when they're absolutely wiped out, and I wouldn't even touch this thing tomorrow, to be honest with you. But I'm letting you know, these stocks that this guy's calling out, be careful, people. This guy's calling out dangerous stocks, okay? Very dangerous. Hey, Bobby. All right. Hey, Bobby. Welcome. And, Bobby, I want you to know that I received all of your letters, and I got to cover this up, but I want you to know, Bobby, I got all your letters, all of them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They are fabulous, and I want to congratulate you on your awesome purchases of SoFi, and when you got so many shares down there with a $12 average. Man, I saw that, and I was so happy for you. I am so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. Yep, I'm in the tank. Hey, Bobby. And thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Doc Airline says, hit him with the Stingray. So, Bobby, I want to say thank you so much. I read these wonderful letters. I am very, very grateful for your sending me a little bit of cashola to thank me for what I've helped you do. And is everyone getting turned into bag holders around here? No, we are not, Rude Diggity. We are not. Just one day we got it. One day. Hi, Catfish. Can I hold on and beat it? No, Wendy, it's not a good idea. You just watched me sell all of it. I got it. I'm out. I'm out of BTAI. I told everyone to get out. I said, don't hold on to this. This is a piece of crap stock that we got talked into buying by a guy who's picking some very dangerous stocks. So I want you to get out and sell it all right now. Sell every bit of it and buy SoFi with everything you put into that and lost, because it'll make it back for you when it goes to $28 within a couple weeks. Get out of that stock. Bobby Batson says, I'm in the tank. So, where did SoFi end up at the close today? Yeah, I know. We got suckered into that one, Wendy. We did. We got suckered into that stock. And I'm sorry that happened. Losing 9,000 seemed like some heavy bags. Yeah, but Ridiggity, I've made about, I don't know, you know how much I've made. A year and a half ago, I had about $400,000, and then you watched me grow that to 700,000, and you saw me push that over $1 million when SoFi went over 18. So I can handle it. I'm all right. Yep, I lost a lot today too. Yep. Well, you know what? It's the days when you lose that make you appreciate the days when you don't, when you make all that money. And one thing I tried to mention to everybody here earlier today, I wanted to make sure that you understand something here. And I'm gonna share it with you again now, those of you that are still here. I want you to understand something, folks. When you're making these kind of returns over the last, and let me see that you can all see this. Okay, yeah. Listen, folks, when you're making these kind of returns over the last year, since last year in July, so this is in the last year, when you're making these kinds of gains every day, when you're making these kinds of gains and you keep making these kinds of gains, every once in a while, you got to take a hit. Every once in a while, when you keep making gains, you're going to catch one of these stocks that you're going to take a hit on, okay? It's just part of the deal. So you just keep that in mind. We get once in a while, we're going to get one that turns us the other direction and we're going to get burned on them. But 99 times out of 100, because of the way we trade, we don't make this mistake. And what was it today that I made a mistake about doing? What I made a mistake about doing with this stock, BTAI, I made the mistake of buying this stock when it was told about the run-up. I need to wait and buy these things on the drop always. It's every time I break from my program of buying on the low, I get burned. Every time I deviate from my plan of buying on the day's low, like BTAI, when I did that, I didn't buy on the low, folks. And every time that I try to deviate from that plan, I lose tons of money. So I'm going to stop doing that. You guys shouting out all these crazy running stocks. Yep, Kimberly says, don't deviate. That's right. We learn from our losses. No, I do not use stop loss. Innocent to dumb. I know when to sell. And I'm telling you right now, listen, folks, when you have these kind of returns and gains repeatedly, every once in a while, you're going to take a big hit and set you back. Because it's just the nature of the stock market, folks, okay? All right? In at Wood Knuckles Cove, you called this stock out when it was up 80%, my friend. And that was my mistake. You called this stock out when it was up 80%. Do me a favor. Keep doing that, because I need to remind myself that they're going to knock the shit out of a stock like this and they're going to pull it down frickin' 60% afterwards. So don't stop doing it. Don't stop suggesting these massively overbought stocks, because I like to buy them when they get run down, including this one today that you called out that was up 255% and now it's lost all of its gains, all of it. It lost almost every bit of it. So it's okay. I don't mind you calling these out, because these are the kinds we like to buy the next day. But I don't need to be buying when the stock is up like I did this one. I don't need to be buying this stock when it's up 80%. Okay, that was just stupid of me. And I'm sorry for everybody else that got in on this too. This is not what we do here on this channel. Our method is to buy stocks that are oversold like this when they get run down. And if anything, we should have bought them today but we're so buried in them, I had to just sell it all because I want to move it over onto something that's going to go up quickly. So anyway, just remember, folks, remember this, when you're dealing with making gains on this channel of this kind of profit day after day after day, there's going to be some setbacks once in a while. There are going to be setbacks. You have to expect it. It can't always be pie in the sky. Okay? It can't always be pie in the sky. But one thing's for sure. Because I started this channel 2 years ago on May the 16th, when SoFi was at $4.55 a share, and everybody that's here now, many of you were here then, and you were buying in the 4s and the 5s and the 6s and the 7s. So we're all right. We're doing okay. Sure, we took a hit today on a paper money account. We took a hit, and thank God that was a paper money account that I bought all that on. Man, I bought all that BTAI, fortunately, on my paper money account. Hey, jerk slogan, you're gone. Have a nice one. See you later. You're out of here for good. Well, I'll put you on a timeout and see if you want to behave like a grown-up after a couple of minutes, all right? You got 5 minutes to think about being a grown-up. Just traded XPO in from 198 to 210. Now I say stay away from it. Over. I got it. Yep, the in at Wood Knuckles Cove. No, Jack in the Box. Yep. Jack in the Box, yeah. Well, for all of you hardcore SoFi individuals, I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to go and have myself a nice cold Goebbels. Well, you were searching for a stock to buy, and then you stumbled on Catfish Tyler saying now's the perfect time to buy SoFi. And I showed you why. Told all those lies, told about SoFi, and now there's nothing the shorts can do. They all realize they're totally screwed. They shorted SoFi, but David was lying. They should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, yo, Chivarina, so sad, but now this game is over. Well, they've been shorting SoFi, but you've been listening. Catfish Tyler said the shorts will all be screwed way back on August 5th. Remember 601, it's not a myth. That's when we bought a ton, and from that day on the short just flew. And all the shorts were totally screwed. They shorted SoFi, but David's lying. You should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, yo, Chivarina, so sad, but now your game is over. SoFi, David's a liar, he should retire. Why is he not fired? SoFi, yo, Chivarina, so sad, but now your game is over. I'm not done. And now David's living on a one-way street near a dumpster where his broke friends meet. To survive, they dumpster dive David all night long. And they all wonder where things went wrong. Oh, what a blunder. And there's nothing those shorts can do. They all thought Dave was telling the truth. But now it's so but David's a liar. He should retire. Why is he not fired? So bad, yo, Chivarita. So sad, but now the game is over. So bad, David's a liar. He should retire. Why is he not fired? So bad, yo, Chivarita. So sad, but now the game is over. Why don't you go and search that dumpster over? SoFi. Yeah! All right. How many stocks have a personal hype man? Well, I've been hyping it since 4, and I hyped it through 5, and I hyped it through 6, and I hyped SoFi through 7, and I hyped it through 8, and I've hyped it through 9, and I've hyped it through 10, 11, and 12, and I've hyped it through 13, and I hyped it up through 14, and I hyped it up through 15, and then I hyped it to 16, and when it hit 1554, I told you it was going to go there. 1454 was the number that had to after the convertible notes. 1454. Remember that day when they issued those convertible notes and the price of SoFi went from 727 to 666 again? Ugh. Holy cow. But Bobby Batson, thank you so much. I got your letter. Thanks, Jeff Presley. Unbox. Goebbels time. Yes, it is. All right, well, let's just watch SoFi continue to go up from here as it's going to escalate with all these institutions just piling in. They're going to run this thing up to 30, 35, 40, 45 on August the 26th, folks. Just hang around for August the 26th. Just hang around for August the 26th, my friends, because I'm telling you, on August the 26th, we're going to day trade SoFi. I'm going to make 10 grand that day. All right? On August the 26th, that thing's going to be up here and then down here, then up here, and then down, and then up, and then down. I'm talking herky-jerky, herky-jerky, herk. On August the 26th, you watch. It's going to be madness. And as I said, SoFi could be driven down from now until August the 26th so that they can all make entry. They can all make entry at the cheaper price. They don't like to buy these institutions at the high 52-week high, folks. They don't. All right, so let me just get over here to the channel and see where we ended up today in current subscribers. And we now have 20,913. And we have had a lot. We have had a lot of viewers increased here the last few days. And if you guys don't believe me, take a look at this. Look at this. I want you to look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, this right here is yesterday's volume that I had in viewership yesterday, folks. Look at this. At 9 until 10 o'clock yesterday, I had 581 viewers. From 9 until 10 o'clock today, I had 1,291 viewers. From 10 o'clock to 11 yesterday, I had 641 viewers. From 10 o'clock to 11 today, I had 1,141 viewers. From 11 o'clock until 12 yesterday, I had 595 viewers. From 11 to 12 today, I had 970. Yesterday, from 12 until 1, I had 510 viewers. And today, from 12 until 1, I had 864. Yesterday, from 1 until 2, I had 537 viewers. And today from 1 until 2, I had 993. Yesterday from 2 until 3 o'clock, I had 495. And today from 2 until 3, I had 1,003. 600 more today than yesterday. Yesterday, between 3 and 4, I only had 542 viewers between 3 and 4. And today, between 3 and 4, I had 1,022 viewers. Do you see what's going on with this channel, folks? Man. All right, win at Wood Knuckles Cove. I got you. Yep. Well, this channel is, and folks, today my profit is below 1,000, so we got to get somebody to come on in and help me out. I got to have 40 cents right now, somebody, please. If my wife sees that number below 1,000, she pulls the plug on this whole operation. All right, please, folks, we got to have some money coming in. Yep. And maybe AIMD tomorrow. It's holding up at 13.69. Okay, thank you, Wood Knuckles. Well, I've certainly got it written down. And I have it down here for sure. XPON AIMD. I got it in, and you're going to get credit for it if we get make a good profit. And you know, when we make profit, I put you on the buyer sheet. You know, these right here. These drawings that you came in, that were in Wood Knuckles Cove, this is because of your pick on another stock I made good money on. I think it was even BTAI earlier in the week that I gave you this because I made about 3,000 on it. Well, today I lost 9, so I'm only, I guess, overall about 6,000 down on it or something. But at any rate, thank you for your donations, everyone. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate you being here with me along with all the other thousands of people that were here today. And we've had some great gains on the channel viewing lately, so I'm very happy about it growing at the rate that it is. All we got to do is just keep making money, folks, and keep making money. And I want to wish you guys to have a great evening tonight. I see SoFi 25-17, 23-17, 23-19. Folks, it's almost hard for me to even say SoFi at $23. Being that it was down at $6 just a year ago. It's kind of tough to say $23. It's hard for me to get my head around that they're actually at the number that I told you we were going to years ago. We're there now, and we haven't stopped. We're not going to stop here. We're going to go right on up, folks. I've already proved to you why, and you've seen why, and you know why. Just let all these institutions get their shares. Let them all drive it down every day to the middle point at 10:30 or at lunch, or sometimes at 2 in the afternoon, 2:30. But we catch these lows on SoFi. We're going to make money, folks. We're going to make it. All right, Wendy, you too, Catfish. You have a wonderful evening with your family. God bless you. And all of you too. Johnny, yep, Johnny Walker. His friend said, no, I am going to take profit. I should have listened to his friend. I don't know who you're talking about. The first time I day traded with Cat, I lost money too. And I told myself never again. He day traded SoFi on earnings day when it was at the high. He called his buddy that day and tried to get him to day trade. His friend said, no, I'm going to take profit. I should have listened to his friend. Well, I don't know when you're talking about, because I told everybody 2 days ago to sell half or 3/4 of their SoFi shares, because I expected that SoFi was going to drop down until August 26th when they've got to buy all those 3,000 of the biggest companies in the world have to buy SoFi on August the 26th. So do you think they all want to pay the 52-week high of the price? No, they want to whittle it down every day, down. That's what they're going to try to do to it. Today, they whittle it down. 2, it could be 2 down tomorrow, 2 the next day, 2 the next day. But they're going to run it up in the mornings. Or they could take it down and run it up at 10 and then down. But folks, they're going to manipulate the shit out of this stock for the next 2 weeks, I promise you, until August the 26th. And then we'll see major manipulation that day, which we'll take advantage of. Yep. I know we took a hard hit from BTAI, but we're not going to hold that against the in at Wood Knuckles Code because we just used poor judgment. We should have waited on that stock. It was overbought. It was oversold. It was over. We just got in at the wrong time, and we won't ever make that mistake again, Wendy. We won't. We won't make that mistake again. All right. Yep, I know. Everybody took a hit from it, but don't worry because you know what? Because we don't trade on emotion. We usually trade on statistics, on volume, on charts, on indicators, and we do it the right way here. We don't usually jump on things like he brought up. We don't do that. That's just out of the norm. So when you break from your regular tradition is when you always make a mistake. If you get away from your program that you've been working of buying the lows each morning, and then someone yells out of stock, oh, it's going, you better get in, you got to get it. Yeah, well, when you do that, bam, boom, you get nailed. So we don't do that here. We're not going to do that. Bobby Batson, I'm in the tank. What? Yeah, Alvin McCoy. Yeah, we all did. I took a $6,000 hit on that stock, but I'll make $6,000 on another runner that someone's going to pick out that I'll get in on the low the next day, and then I'll run it up, and then I'll make it all back. So I'm not worried. God bless you all. We'll see you guys, and don't worry. There's nothing to lose sleep over here. You know how we do every day. You know what we do. You know how we make money. We make money almost every single day. We make money, folks. Almost every single day we make good money on this channel. So let's not worry about one day where we had a pullback. That's going to happen, folks. You have to expect every once in a while to take a hit. If you keep getting in on these volatile stocks that go up 60, go up 50, go up 40%, go up 80%, some 100, some 200. I mean, look where we bought TNXP. We bought that stock at $11 a share. It's at $62 this morning. Look where I was telling you guys to buy Palantir 2 years ago at $13 and $17. Look where that is now. Look where SoFi was 2 years ago when I was telling you to buy at $6 a share. Look where it is now. So we're doing all right. This channel's doing fine. We're gonna keep picking good stocks, good solid moving stocks on good volume and on good charts, and we're gonna make money. I promise. And I don't make any promises, but I make guarantees, but the only guarantee I make on this channel is that there are no guarantees. All right, so everybody, I'm going to get on out of here. 60 folks that I got to wave goodbye to. I hope that you have a great night. Enjoy your dinner tonight, whatever you're having for a meal. Sit around the table with your family and indulge and get to know what's going on with your kids. Talk things over. Find out where they're going. What are their goals, their aspirations, their dreams. Talk with your family at dinner time. Don't just make it an eat and run. Get around that table and spend some time, like they do over in Europe. Families in Italy and in France, when they come to the dinner table, it's an occasion, folks, every night. They sit there for an hour and a half, sometimes 2. So I ask you and encourage you to do the same thing. Spend time with your family at mealtime and don't just shove the food down your mouth and then get on off the table and do about your things. Sit there and get to know each other and what's going on in their lives. I ask you to do that. And I want you also to just have great success in all your financial endeavors. We'll have setbacks like we did today, but we'll persevere. We'll have perseverance, and we will struggle on to get to our goals that we have in our dreams and aspirations. And last but not least, I hope that you are in the best health you can be in. I hope that you are fully, and not only just in health in your body, but in your mind, okay? All right. Last but not least, I hope that you all are surrounded with love because you deserve it. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. I will try to make it on at 8:48 a.m., okay? This morning, I was taking shots and pictures of this other stock. Looked down, and it was already 9:04. I was like, jeez. But I'll try to make it on time tomorrow and be punctual, 8:48 a.m. All right, we'll see you guys. Have a great night. God bless each and every one of you. And thank you for those of you that have become members and those that are supporting the channel and your donations today. And thank you to you very much, Gary Bullock, for buying other people, and Alex Bacall. You guys buying other members into the tank is fantastic. I love you for it. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow morning, somewhere around 8:48 a.m. Eastern Time. Happy Thursday night, everyone. Bye-bye.